break this afternoon, and we can ask everybody how they're gonna connect for the after party.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well,
okay, over to you.
Yeah.
We are now live. Welcome back, everybody.
Yes, this is the afternoon session. We rolled right through what was going to be a break. We had too much good content. So we are rolling right into the second stream, the second half. And yeah, this session, it's the 6th DOF Events and Entertainment hosted by Lisa Linares. And looks like we have all our panelists. So I will say goodbye and hand it over to Lisa, and I'll see you on the far side.
Bye, Trevor. Bye, Julie. Oh my goodness, I am so excited for this. This is where we talk about all the work that's being done, and it turns into a flower, and this is where it happens. This is where we get people excited and we spread the joy, so to speak. So we're going to do quick intros. We're going to talk about how events happen, how we make art, how we entertain. So Ivo, let's start with you, Hot Stuff. Tell me about what you do in this space.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're hearing me all right. And let me know if you're not, please. I'm Ivo Haining. I'm the CEO at Playable Agency. I have been a producer and creator in AR, VR, XR now for going on 15 years. And my personal interest is in making sure that our future public commons of WebXR content is easy to find, accessible, available for all ages, and deeply interactive and collaborative.
I love it. Karam, you want to take it away?
Sure. My name's Karam, and I am the founder, executive director of the VRTO World Conference. It's a symposium on immersive arts and technologies since 2015, and also the 5 Hours Festival of International Virtual and Augmented Reality Stories, now going into its 8th year. And both of them in the last year became WebXR-based events, which will definitely stay, even if we ever go back to hybrid events, which I think is also important. And we worked with, we were one of the first Hubs Cloud clients, and continue to customize Hubs in interesting ways, which is one of the great things that Cloud gives us. And also we worked with our friend James Baikayanu, who is a wizard, long-standing wizard and mentor in the community, who keeps and maintains Janus Web for 5 Hours. So we were doing 4K stereoscopic streaming video real time in the browser in embodied environments. So I'm really excited to be here. I have mad respect for all of the people that are attending this conference and doing this work. Long way to go, long way we've come. So yeah, thank you.
It's funny because it's not, this is not being at the cutting edge. This is actually being cutting edge.
Yeah.
You know, it's crazy. Jono, take it away, Hot Stuff.
Hey everyone, my name is Jono. I'm a new media artist that's been working with WebXR since the WebVR API came out back in 2015 or so. I'm the former product lead of Within, a virtual reality like content website. And through Within, I also co-directed 2 music videos that are web-based and are VR-based. One for the Chemical Brothers and one for Matthew Deere. And super excited and honored to be part of this panel and this event. Excited to see the web push VR forward.
Amazing, thank you. And last and certainly not least, Mr. Brendan, tell me.
Howdy, I'm Brendan Bradley. I'm an actor and scrappy storyteller. I founded the Integrative Technology Lab at New York University. And in the middle of the quarantine, I basically pivoted to combine a decade of producing kind of avant-garde, scrappy theater in basements and broom closets, and 10 years of working on kind of digital immersive tech to try to just find accessibility to meet the moment. And that resulted in, what happened?
Okay, well, it was the voices of the ghosts of the machine.
The voice of God.
Yeah, the voice of someone, all right. So, okay, cool. So I I would love for us to chit chat about what entertainment means in this space. What entertainment, what does art, what does gathering people mean in this space? We're going to keep on going with what you're up to, Brendan, and talk about what performing in VR is and how there could be a crossover from current live actors that are kind of oblivious to what this new world can be, and how we could share the stage, turn on 20th century players to a 21st century stage.
I think you put it rather concisely. I mean, I think really it does come down to that access. I think in some ways we're replaying, for me at least, a moment that happened over a decade ago when streaming media first became somewhat ubiquitous and the access of a DSLR camera. And that just opened up the ability for more people to create and get their story out. And I think that there's been obviously a lot of incredible work happening over the last 5+ years in the extended reality and virtual reality spaces. But I think that in some ways, COVID accelerated at least the interest and adoption for people to actually start integrating it into their workflow, because when everything became impossible and no one could hack the space problem because there were no physical venues, people were then willing to entertain some of these new frontiers, even if they were a little less than perfect. And so for me, at least, like I was sitting there kind of waving my arms going, if you're willing to do Zoom theater, there's some cool stuff over here that y'all should really be getting into. And so I think in some ways that is that kind of championing of like, it really is a moment for new voices to enter the space because the tools are the same for everybody.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, along those lines, for instance, Jono, I know that you too did some kind of transition where there was flat art and then you got turned on to what's going on digitally. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, my personal experience, I feel very fortunate. I studied graphic design and got into graphics programming, you know, on screens and in 2D, and was always kind of a little bit scared of 3D, 3 dimensions. And with kind of the interest of virtual reality and the WebVR and WebXR API, it's really kind of created a nice funnel for somebody like me to, you know, take skills as a web developer and enter this space, which, you know, normally would only be reserved for native, you know, developers and programmers. So I'm really, you know, excited to see more people make content and kind of drive the adoption rate and just like interoperability between different platforms together. You know, I think the web, different from any other kind of proprietary platform or OS, is great because it's the same code that runs on your phone, that runs on your computer, that can run in VR or on an augmented reality device. And so there's kind of this level playing field, as Brendan put it, you know, both for the creators, but also for the platform providers. And I think that's a super important space as an artist and a creative to inhabit.
You know, it's fascinating because we could literally begin to truly now more than ever see that transition into a new medium, a new space where people are translating a skill that they had or a talent that they have into this new world. And that leads me to you, Karen. You're at the forefront of seeing stories in being told in a way that have not been told before. And this is indicative of a new art form. You know, when film became film, there was a new language that came along with that and a new way of telling a story. Because you get so many projects firsthand, tell me about how you've seen the evolution of storytelling.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I did want to actually say to Brent and even Jono, like my friend's daughter, who's 9 years old, maybe 10 years old, just did a school pageant and it was all in Zoom. Most of the kids had never met before. They were doing prop handoffs frame to frame. They were doing like full green screen dance recitals together. It was like totally incredible. And it just underlines, first of all, the ingenuity of a small suburban school. But the fact that it's so important to make these tools available to everybody else because they're going to teach us so much. And that's the number one concern I have, is always having the outside in view as well, to make sure that you're always looking at this from the perspective of an outsider who doesn't even know that they need to know. But once they do, they're going to really fly with this. As far as 5 Hours is concerned, it's called the Festival of International Virtual. All of those words are important. The international virtual and augmented reality stories, meaning that it's not a storytelling festival. We don't say once upon a time and then things happen and there's a plot point and a rising climax and a denouement and all that stuff. It means, how do you tell stories that are intrinsic and inherent inside of this method of telling a story? How do you infer things from like mise en place and a scene and break apart, decouple from time, and are able to use sort of spatial grammar to explore ideas of how to infer narrative from a context. So we always at 5 Hours are looking for things that are playing to the strengths or the possibilities of the medium. And yeah, like when we started in 2015, we didn't know what to charge for something like that. We were chasing after like weird YouTube videos and saying, can we put your thing in our festival? And now there's just an absolute abundance of incredible work. And there's even corners of this medium that people had sort of left for dead, which actually are extremely alive in all sorts of parts of this world that we live in. And you'd be amazed. I mean, we can't accept it all. How much interesting work is happening. And one of the things I'm really interested in now is the kind of live performance stuff that the Under Presents was fostering. At VRTO next week, we have people like Ari Tar and Dasha Kitteridge, who are veterans of immersive performance space, and will soon be teaching a course at Tisch in immersive WebXR live performance. I mean, it's crazy to me. So they're going to be coming into our hubs world and getting our attendees to come up into the staging area and put on their own play by the end of the week, which is a way to force that discovery of like, how do you find props? How do you deal with concurrent users? How much can you scale it? How do you deal with like overflow? How do you record it? How do you translate it? What happens when something goes wrong? How do you do improv? And what I'm so excited about is like how many of these skill sets are just being developed as a whole new realm of possibility. And just to close on that, I was trying to explain to my friend yesterday what an NFT is and why she shouldn't be mad about it. And she was asking me all these things like, so does it mean this? And does it mean that? I said, nobody knows. We have like references from the past. We have things that are being put into position now, but I'm watching this like global crowdsourcing, just like in WebXR, of the structure, the framework, the rules, and you know, I stay in it because I want to make sure that the indies continue to kind of have the freedom to express themselves openly however they want in a decentralized manner. But it's amazing to think like these rules are just being written right now, and if not by us, then whom? And if not now, then when, right?
There you go. There you go. Ivo, you touch on something that is very interesting to me, and that is inclusivity. And I would like to hear from you, where have you seen the most growth that has made you more excited?
Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so obviously we've been creating in these open spaces for a number of years now, and previously in AR and VR, exploring that. Right now, I would say some of the things that are happening in hubs, absolutely, along with some of the branches off the hubs tree, like Immerse Space releasing their new chess space. I have personally been very interested in the other types of web experience zone offshoots. So Nowhere is a tool that I use sometimes for events. And again, this is it's a web-based platform for events, but it tends to bring people together from many different walks of life. So you're video enabled instead of avatar enabled, but you can have a very intimate conversation with people from all walks of life in a space that feels fully immersive, that feels like it's a gallery, or you're off in space in a beautiful whole other space. I love some of the web experiments that are happening right now. I've been playing with framevr.io just to create little galleries on the fly. We just did one for Pride. Figuring out how to create safe spaces that are more like niche communities. I think this is essential for people who aren't necessarily finding their people, whether that's, they've been going to Zoom school for a year, or they're just stuck in a rut. They've been locked down, and so they're looking for new communities. We see a lot of growth in the small, not just niche communities, but niche events that are tied to niche communities too. Yes. So I think you spoke to like DJ events, and this is happening across lots of platforms, playful, collaborative, figuring out how we're going to crowdsource for whether that's video production and machinima and making movies inside the metaverse, or music production. Some of the shows we did in Nowhere, we were sampling the audience, and then the DJs were mixing with them in real time. Cool. So you're taking these layers of improv that we might have been doing in performance art in a gallery or a theater, and you're bringing them into a web-based platform where things are a bit more plastic. You have different constraints, but you also have more opportunities to say, have a 12-year-old working with a 70-year-old. And that's not a barrier. That there's no necessarily like a wall between them. I spend a lot of time playing in some of these other platforms where you don't necessarily represent yourself as who you are. And again, bringing down barriers, leveling the playing field. It's no longer necessarily who you are as a physical being. It's who you create yourself to be.
Absolutely. Absolutely. The freedom involved is not only really exciting, but we get to really test our imagination. And so much growth happens when we tap our imagination. We forget on a daily that we have a wonderful brain that allows us to imagine all sorts of stuff. And that kind of magic is something that is crucial as we go through this life. So yes, it's a beautiful freedom that we find.
And you want to foster that kind of spontaneity between people too. That point of discovery when people really come together is really key. The level of engagement in a WebXR experience is incredible. I have spaces with a beautiful HDRI and someone's just sitting looking at the horizon, and they'll just linger for 20 minutes. They'll just hang out and just be there. And then conversation will sort of arise. It's not the same relationship as a 2D page where you're scrolling down and you're going through sales funnels and all that stuff. There's something about the sense of presence. I want to say, of course, none of this is super new. I mean, when we used to play World of Warcraft or EverQuest, of course, you could role play and you could gender swap. You could do anything you wanted. And that all is beautiful. And it's funny because sometimes when we're talking about WebXR, we're really just talking about 3D virtual space, and you may not even wear a VR headset. But the fact that you can is amazing. And when you finally, go in and look at it at scale, it's a completely other story that's happening. So there's two layers to it. There's the one of like the gamer, do you know what WASD means and how to get around and navigate? And you have to make sure you can teach that. We make sure that we have signs that don't use language to explain it. Like it's board game design stuff. Like, can you do this with symbols? What do these symbols mean in every country? Do they mean what you think they mean? And how quickly can you make that understandable to somebody who just manifested, have no idea where they are? They're scared, they're shivering, they're naked. And then how do they begin and not feel stupid? Because these people are intelligent, they're wonderful, they have lots to bring. But you have to think about, Will Wright, the creator of SimCity and, the creator of everything, really is amazing in his sort of talk about the 5-second, the 5-minute, and the 5-hour game cycle. If you don't get the 5-second game loop right, then the other ones don't matter. So you have to get that initial 5-second loop correct. People have to know how to navigate. It has to be intuitive. And a point to that is, all of these different worlds, all these different platforms really have to keep working towards that interoperability idea and communicating with each other to make sure like M means M and T means T and tab means tab. And, I remember last year we went into Janus Web from Hubs and they had done this beautiful world and it was like gorgeous, but all of a sudden all the controls were different and nobody knew how to do anything. And we were just paralyzed. And that was a moment where I recognized like how important that discussion is, that interoperability, the consistency of tools. If we're going to teach a grammar, then it better be a language. Like it has to have some kind of consistency at least.
There's some exciting work being done on this in the Open Metaverse initiative as well, the OMI group. If those of you are interested in exploring interoperability, but also portability of assets across worlds, figuring out how those portals between worlds are going to function and the language of that.
And how we destroy the language barrier, honestly. Because what's such a problem, you want to connect with people, and for whether you don't speak the language or whatever communication breakdown that is, if we have a symbolic language, we've just had a huge leap forward. Real quick, we're starting to run out of time. Jono, tell me what you're working on right now that you want to share that's going to give me goosebumps.
Yeah, I think kind of following up on Karam and Mivo's, points, I think the next steps in the WebXR kind of like world of experiences is about articulation in interactions. And I see so many demos that now have, hand articulation from the Quest 2 and ability to do all types of different gestures and stuff like out of the box now with 3JS and other libraries. And so I think this is a really interesting space to develop, what is that grammar, and to have it in an open space, a transparent space like the web is super important. Me personally, I actually have a grant with the Cooper Hewitt Design Museum, and I'm exploring kind of what is the museum experience in a digital format. So I don't have anything to show at the moment, but watch this space. I'm really excited about where I'm going and where all these technologies are kind of converging right now.
Amazing. Please, yes, let us know how we could spread the word and just share as much as you can. So, Brendan, tell me what you're working on that could give me goosebumps.
I continue to onboard theater companies and theater artists into basically bringing live events and live worlds to their audience. We created the Onboard Festival, which basically we used some live scene switching to let different groups build their own world and then move into their story. And we continue to expand on that. And I'm really excited right now about, we've been finding the distinctions between the participatory audiences and the passive audiences. There are these dual rituals that people want to be a part of. Some members want to really, really roll up their sleeves and kind of gamify everything, and others want to kind of sit in their seat in the dark and observe and just be like a part of the community. And so making space for both those audience modes and kind of welcoming them into the narrative venture in different ways is exciting to see where that goes.
Yes, I love it. We have some questions. We're going to get to that, but I am such a fan of bringing something live to the virtual world because it's something that just triggers our senses. All right. I have a question. Can you guys see the questions, or can it just be me?
Yep, I can see them.
All right, cool. Who wants to handle the first question? How do we provide opportunities for young learners to create stories with WebXR technology?
I'd love to jump in on that. That's an easy one. And we've been, and I know Brendan's been doing this too, advising universities and schools on how their theater programs, places like Hubs especially. Hubs is a great place to get started. I just went to Jackie Maury's college course, and she had all of her students make Hubs experiences. And it's very fun to kind of jump into places like Hub and Spoke and just kind of build your own. I'm also trying out a couple of the web-based solutions that other folks have mentioned earlier today, like Metaverse, that was presented earlier today. And I think if you hop onto these tools, FrameVR.io is another one, and just kind of create your own space. Even young people, teachers and students can do this, or you can do it, just have your students do it on your own. It's a lot of fun to also just do Metaverse tours and just take them through a couple of different spaces. And so that's something we're working on with some of our feature work.
Hubs actually has, if you do hubs.mozilla.com/spoke, Spoke is a really great tool that lets you build a 3D space. And so you have your Cartesian coordinates, you can drop in your 3D models and then publish it. And then it's live and it works. And it's such a great tool for getting a first sense of how 3D building worlds works.
And then you can put your multicast in, and that's your theater set.
And you're rocking and rolling totally. So this next question is obviously meat and potatoes. Is WebXR accessible enough with so many audiences not having access to VR or AR headsets yet? Who's going to take that away?
I can jump into this.
Yeah.
Oh, Brendan, go ahead.
No, go for it, John.
Okay. I was just going to say, you know, of all of the platforms that exist, the web is actually the best platform suited for creating an experience that is both in VR or AR and outside of that. And while I will say, you know, iOS and Safari have not adopted the WebXR API yet, there has been progress made over the last few months. And as a creator, it's exciting to see, you know, if you spend the time to really look at how this API works or use a library that has it implemented, it actually is like a cherry on top, you know, when you release it and then, you know, those flags are lifted or those other platforms like open up their gates, so to speak. So that's kind of like my thoughts on that.
Brendan,
I'll just dovetail on that. That like I think for me the biggest value proposition for all developers and all hardware and software side is that I'm a theater actor. So like me buying a couple $100 device, you're going to have to convince me why. And so I think in some ways, a lot of what's being done with WebXR, I can type in a URL and I can check it out and I can see kind of the balcony experience of what it's like to be in these spaces. And that to me is the selling proposition for like, oh, this would be so much cooler if I could use my hands. This would be so amazing if I was fully immersed. And so that is the scaffolding that I think we all need if we want that mass adoption that's going to scale all the stuff that we're working on.
Yeah, WebXR is definitely the gateway drug.
Just one more thing to add to that. Accessibility is a way bigger subject, actually, and it means a lot of different things, It should be designed with a community that has accessibility at the forefront and also has to actually use these tools depending on any sort of disability that they might be dealing with or any other sort of obstacle. My call to action is that I'd love to see the community start to contribute towards building like SDKs that can be put into place that can handle sort of the most preliminary problems, at least for onboarding. And then we can like build from there. But I think to ask an independent developer, you should have accessibility features from the outset is a big ask. It's an enormous amount of research. It requires funding. It's a very nuanced, complex subject. But if we start to build a general package that could start to help people to put those tools into place for all the different platforms, that would be a really important big step.
Absolutely. And beyond like the W3C and the Open Metaverse group I mentioned earlier, going to hackathons like the Creating Realities Hackathon is a great place to find the other developers who have pieces of that SDK or may have adapted something for a specific accessibility need.
I love it. All right, we have 3 minutes. Brendan, what you put up there, do you want to share that with us, please?
Oh, I was just, based off of what everyone was talking about, to me, it's the trifecta of any virtual experience is the live element that I think is that kind of telepresence or synchronicity, immersive technology, whatever that could mean given the particular experience. And then for me, it's all about accessibility. I wouldn't be here today if there wasn't a community theater an hour from my house and some really nice adult was willing to drive me. So the idea that we can make all of this more accessible, we can make just the tools to create more accessible. That's the number one priority to me.
That's really why we're here. We don't work in a vacuum, though we might make our work in one room. But the idea is to bring people together. The idea is to have an audience. And that connection is key. So I would love to give a very quick shout out, by the way, and thank you so much for hosting us in such a beautiful way. I think it's often seen that the entertainment and the events in this space are sometimes ghettoized or hard to find, but there's an amazing wealth of award-winning content out there across these different networks. And I want to encourage you to go out there and share the content that you're finding. A shout out to Kevin Coons, one of the directors I worked with today, just won a Telly Award for Silence in Paradise, a project I got to work on a few years ago. There are some interesting things happening in the publishing and distribution of WebXR content. And I would encourage you to keep sharing those links in the chat because I know a few of you have XR guides out there so that we can find the better content. Thank you, Evo. Yes. Anybody else want to chime in? We've got like 60 seconds, kids.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, guys. I just wanted to jump in and say I'm so glad you guys went first. And to echo what Eva was saying, like entertainment is sometimes just shoveled down to the end because it's part of the after party or whatever. But you guys just set me up for my panel that's coming up next about education. And you touched on so many different things about allowing students to be creative. You talk about these schools who all of a sudden have to use resources to put a class together or a show together through Zoom. And, a year and a half ago, nobody would have ever even conceived those ideas. But as I take my panel into the education side of things, we want to talk a little bit more about what you guys have talked about. So you've kind of set the stage for education. And maybe this is a lesson that we start to share with everybody is that, we start to drive into the creativity, because that's the most important thing now as we start to build all these new worlds and opening up those doors to creative tools that can be used for the people that don't code, for all age groups, from young to old to developers. I think the conversation that you guys had was great today. So maybe before we switch over to my panel, is there one quick thing that each of you want to share really quickly? Word of advice to all those that are listening. Go.
Don't be afraid to code. Code is accessible. You just have to chip away at it. Just do, have a specific goal in mind, get that thing done, and eventually you'll string all those little projects together into a larger language. So don't forget to code and get your hands dirty as well. And then the second thing is VRTO is happening on June 2nd, conference.virtualreality.to.
Love that. The future is going to be crowdsourced. This is massively multiplayer media, and we're working on a new meta movie. So look for a invitation to submit your own virtual beings and metaverse stories coming up soon.
I love it. You guys, it's been a real pleasure. Thank you so much for sharing 30 minutes with me and with everyone else out there. It's been such a pleasure. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, all of you. Thank you very much for being with us today. Great. And now I think, and thanks, Lisi, for moderating. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Bye. Bye. All right, here we go. Bringing on the next panel. We've got Blair McIntyre with us, David Bass-Clark, and Kai. How are you guys? Welcome.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you for having us.
Thanks.
Great, great. Okay, let's do, we don't need to go too much into, what we all do, but let's do a quick round robin of where everybody lives, works, what they do. Blair, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I'm a professor at Georgia Tech in Atlanta. I've been here about 20 years doing augmented reality, virtual reality, been doing web-based AR since about 2010. And I spent the last 4 years at Mozilla working on WebXR.
Amazing. Amazing. David, I'm just going around in the circle here that I've got. Go ahead, David.
Hi, my name is David Bass-Clark. I'm the Director of AR, VR Research and Development at Unity College up here in beautiful Maine.
Not to be confused with Unity Technologies.
Thank you. Always remind me. I should be the one that remembers.
I have to say that just to make
people
sure
get
everybody
confused.
knows.
Yeah,
absolutely. And Kai.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Frazier. I am an educator by trade and now an entrepreneur as the founder and CEO of KaiXR. We are a inclusive and accessible 360 VR platform where kids can explore, dream, and create and take some cool VR field trips.
Amazing. Amazing. So where have you gone lately? Why don't we start there?
Trying to think, where's the last VR field trip I did? Okay, don't laugh at me. We were looking at an Elton John VR experience for his last concert. And I thought it was phenomenal. I had a good time watching it.
Amazing, amazing. And I think, that just kind of lends itself to the fact that education can come from so many different places now, right? And, once upon a time ago, that concert, let's categorize that into entertainment and put it over here. But what we learn from these experiences now and the user interface and that sort of thing is part of education because we're all learning. That's why we're all here today, right? Is there a piece that you put into your work from that? Like, was there a follow-up or something that the students did?
Of course. So we let kids explore all different sounds, monuments, museums, whatever they want. And we give them viewing guides around this so they can talk about it. What are you hearing? What does this sound like? Would you like to go into music? What are some jobs in music? So it's like a starting off point to start the conversation. And the reason why it's super important is because I worked with a lot of students who grew up like myself, who we never left our neighborhoods. So we didn't know that these other things were in front of them, that were possible. And those virtual field trips make the whole world come right to our footsteps so we can talk about it and explore.
Amazing, amazing. All right, let's. I want to flip over to you, Blair, and let's talk a little bit about some of the work that you've been doing, because I know you've been bringing some students into WebXR to teach them and to host some of your classes. And maybe you can talk and share a little bit about your experience as an educator.
Sure. So since I got back to tech, I've last year taught a 3D user interface class in the spring and the fall. And this is for CS seniors. So this is, a programming intensive class. And of course, the first offering was interrupted last March, as was many of our experiences. And so I think the two interesting things from my point of view with respect to WebXR was I finally taught this class because I could finally give every student in the class a device, right? Before this, I mean, we've taught, I think we've all probably taught in environments where there's like 50 kids and four graphics computers or something. And so every student in the class had a Quest. And then the second time I added in some Windows mixed reality displays that Microsoft loaned me. But it meant, the combination of WebXR, which meant that they could use their crappy old laptop that they've had for 4 years since they started college and not have to worry about Unity killing it. And the fact that they all had displays means that as we transitioned to remote and then did remote again in the fall, I used hubs for poster sessions and other kinds of group activities, so the students could feel like they were still in a class and still interacting with each other and get some experience presenting. I mean, it had the secondary pedagogical benefit that they're learning about how to create 3D user interfaces, and they actually should use them maybe to try to do something. So that was really nice. And the other actually interesting thing, and then I'll stop, is that I teamed up with some folks at UGA and Cornell and Austin, and we had our students in the fall, every week or two, they had to have a social VR experience with someone who wasn't in the class, a parent, a friend, and then do a journal about it. And that actually was really interesting too, because again, it forced the students to have these sort of direct kind of 3D experiences with people when a lot of them are isolated at home and stuff.
Yeah, this is something that I've been working on for quite a long time, is trying to introduce and have the conversation about spatial learning. So let's start there. We have never taught 3D in school beyond blocks and Legos and that sort of thing. My daughter, the other week, she was doing geometry and she was doing shading on a 2D piece of paper that her teacher shipped over. Print this off and take a pencil and start shading. And it seems so antiquated now. So that conversation of spatial learning is so important. That's something that I know David and I, we've had these conversations because we're about to launch a couple of courses that will introduce this from that basic level. And maybe David, if you want to talk a little bit about Unity College's approach to introducing these courses from that basic level. Where do you start to teach about spatial learning with the depth and dimensions and just that thought process of thinking a little bit more than that piece of paper on your desk?
Yeah, you got to give me an easier question. I think so. We have sort of multiple goals, but two of our main goals are to not only sort of use XR to democratize access and break down those barriers like Kai was talking about earlier, in terms of being able to get and feel like we're in a different space, time, or place than we otherwise might be able to be in a normal environment, but also thinking about how, as both Blair and Kai have mentioned, giving agency to the learner to create their own spaces. And as you said, Julie, thinking about, well, what tools do we need? And a lot of it is rethinking the way that we interact with space itself and what is afforded to us now that we are in these environments. And so it's one way I like to think about it is when you see a lot of companies building digital twins of campuses that are for learning, they sort of model what we know, right? What faculty, what staff, what teachers are currently comfortable with, like whiteboards and PowerPoint presentations and 2D on 3-dimensional things. And that can be powerful, but what's really powerful, I think, is pushing beyond that. And so we get our students to think and create full experiences that are messing with the idea of time and place in ways. For example, one of our students is creating a camping experience. So what does it feel like if you've never been camping? What are the things you might need to know to leave no trace? And thinking about what does that actually look like? And that's not an experience that we would think about teaching by drawing pictures of it as much, but actually going there and thinking about what do you actually do in the physical space and how does it leave trails? What impact are you having on your environment? So, and then Julie, you and I, working together to think about how do we explain some of these concepts to, as one of our instructional designers puts it, the sort of to your grandmother. If you had to explain some of these spatial learning concepts in such a way that anyone could understand it, even people that have never, put on one of these before, or someone who has no idea what we're talking about here, how would you explain those concepts? And we try to break those down and put them into little micro courses and make them as free or as cheap as we can to democratize access to that. And so that's what we're excited about launching. And Metaverse is a big part of that with some of those micro courses as well. I don't know if I can put links in here at some point, I think, if I learn how to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Kai, is there anything that you're working on right now that you'd like to share that applies to WebXR? Because I know you've built out so many different experiences, and I'd love it if you could just share some of the experiences that you had with some of the students.
Yeah, sure. So I will say that from being an educator for a long time, something that Blair mentioned that's very common is that we don't know what devices the kids have. People in tech, they make this tech thinking every kid has a top of the line Quest or amazing a laptop that can run Unity with no issues. The joke we have on our team is like our computers have asthma, because as soon as we start running something, the fans start going. We had to stop with the kids and everything, and that's common. So what does a world look like if we build for all of these instances, whether, most of my students have smartphones, but they may not have laptops or Wi-Fi? What does that look like? So at KaiXR, our main bread and butter is building our platform. So we have a WebXR platform that works on any devices from smartphone to a VR headset. And there you can explore lots of VR experiences. But we take it a step further. We are working on rolling out our viewing guides now. So a lot of things that we see, maybe a kid does one of our VR field trips or virtual field trips is to the official Obama portrait. So you may go there, you may look at the portrait of Michelle Obama, Barack Obama, and then what next? I think one of the things that the VR field falls short sometimes is that what's before and what's next. So we have some previewing questions. Before you get there, what is a portrait? Have you been to a museum? What's an exhibition? What's your favorite piece of art? And then after they watch it, now what? Why are these portraits different? Why are they a big deal? What would you paint? What's missing from the museum? So really expanding their knowledge. So we have over 100 plus virtual field trips that do that. And then our next phase that we're going into for Q3, Q4 is to add the maker space, building off of hubs and making a really kid-friendly place where kids can drag and drop and take those ideas that they're getting from those VR field trips. They're exploring. We teach them a little bit about VR, and we teach them how to dream in VR, and then we have them create afterwards. So, moonshot pie in the sky vision is explore, dream, create, so they can explore VR field trips, dream in VR and 360, and some of the things David was just talking about. How do you stretch their mind? A lot of times for adults, what we do is we tell them what to do and ask them to do it. Instead, we have to put a question out to them and say, if you had to get from point A to B, how would you get there? Not make a car. So just how do we actually stretch their knowledge. And then the last part of our platform is create. So we're working on that makerspace now so they can take all that knowledge and then create stuff that I can't even think about. I always try to, ground myself in whatever I think the kids can do, they take it to a whole nother level. So to answer your question, Julie, is we are really working on having that, interactive experience that kids can do and provide the stepping stones, regardless of what device they have, they can still find their place in an immersive world.
Yeah, well, first of all, having the kids participate already engages them, and then you've kind of won right there because, before all of this technology, the kids weren't checked in. But if you're constantly asking them questions and they can interact with those questions and answer, that's such an advanced move compared to the classrooms that we've been coming from. Blair, what kind of tidbits do you have that you use to engage the students into things when you're teaching them? I know Kai mentioned asking questions before and after. Is there anything else that you use to entice that, or are the students already lining up and they're already entered and waiting for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting since I've been teaching mostly, upper division CS classes. It's a pretty self-selected audience in that space. Interestingly, both semesters, about a tenth of the students in the class couldn't really use the VR devices because they got motion sick, right? And which is crazy to me. People who aren't used to it need they need to be oriented. They need to sort of be prompted as to, what they should do when they get there so that they can learn it and understand it, but nothing sort of at the level of the stuff Kai's talking about. It's mostly programming classes for me.
But it's still teaching new things. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, but that's the foundation of a lot of, we're talking about WebXR Developer Summit. I think we are so hungry, I know the industry, for more people to have, as you put it, Kai, building device agnostic experiences using technologies like WebXR. Right. We're going to need not only developers and people who can jump into Unity and things like that for C# scripts, but also people who can do no code and still think in a spatial learning and design way. And then people who are UX and UI and game designers. And we just need so many more people focused on this. So I think it's no small feat to be teaching the sort of hardcore development skills that are going to help build this.
And I have to stress that I'm preparing the babies for you. Blair has older kids. I have younger kids. So, I'm making sure that they get to Blair. They're like, wow, I've already been thinking like that. And then they can go on and do great things at that level.
And I love, Kai, the idea of, to me, it's even for older people, it's for, people of all ages. It's the idea that you can be you have superpowers. You can go back in time. You can design any world you can imagine. And it can be used, again, with these, devices we have, but it can be used on a flat screen or even on a mobile in some cases. And really, I think for developers, one of the keys is going to be continuing to push the optimization and making sure that it is optimized for even an old phone so that someone that has a 5-year-old phone can access this. And what are the types of experiences that we can build that are not going to tap into the tech side of things? So like water shaders, right? Water shaders are notoriously difficult in sort of these high-tech, all-in-one devices and mobiles. But I think, can we think about things that maybe don't involve water shaders? Like what is available to us today that can really make the technology shine and showcase what it can do so that we can catch up with those sort of technical things in the next 5 years?
Yeah. I think one of the big things that I try to get across to them is that it's building things where people do stuff as opposed to see stuff, right? You learn by doing. And so, we're not going to do fancy shaders. We're not going to worry about photorealistic graphics. We're going to worry about behaviors on objects. We're going to worry about having things that you interact with and can talk about to other people. One of the reasons I loved Hubs and why I used it in teaching is just because of this sort of reciprocity where if I'm doing something or looking at something, everyone else can tell I'm doing that. And it does create an environment that's more like a physical learning environment where kids can, if you see someone who's just sitting there not doing anything, you can go over to them and be like, hey, do you have a problem? Right? And you don't get that in sort of solo environments.
Yeah, no, one of the things that I wanted to touch on again was just the accessibility of 3D. And, 3D has been around for a while, sure, but not the way that we're all dealing with it now. And the way that I explain it a lot is 3D is the gateway into VR and AR. And we've got 7 billion devices that are 3D enabled out there. So how can we leverage that, especially in areas where they don't have access to headsets yet? And, we want to work towards democratizing education to the fullest of what is possible out there. So that's one of the missions of Metaverse is my company, not Metaverse, the engine is to operate the engine on every single 3D enabled device so that people can get used to dealing with that spatial learning. So I think we have a couple of
didn't know that you had the same problem I have with Metaverse and Uni.
Metaverse, different spelling, different one. I know we have a couple of questions from the audience, and education's a really big topic. We can go down. We didn't even talk about game-based learning or anything like that. I do have a couple of questions. I'll show them on the screen, but I think one of the questions here is about teachers being overwhelmed with this technology. Right. And that's, we can have a whole, long conversation about that. But this one here that just came in, is there ever a problem getting the teachers to feel motivated about the technology as much as the students? And if there's ever resistance, how do we get over it? I have an input, and then I'll pass it over to you guys, is the students, just like you said, Kai, they're way ahead of us. And so we now need to worry about the teachers keeping up with the students, because as soon as they have access to this technology, they're just going to take off. They're going to take off and they're going to learn, they're going to discover. And this is where I always say that teachers and students need to learn together. And I think that's a perspective of a teacher coming into a classroom and being open with the students that, first of all, let's learn together. I don't know this, neither do you. Let's learn together. But maybe the three of you have other opinions of what other advice can you give out there to teachers that are listening that may be overwhelmed with this technology?
I could talk all day about this topic. So I will say that this is a new type of literacy, right? So digital literacy. So when you're teaching a kid to read, it is the parent, the teacher, and the student that have to work together to make that trifecta so the learning sticks. So I think for a lot of the, WebXR stuff, we've excluded the parents and the educators from learning. We want the kids to get there, but nobody's thinking about what about the parents. The kids want to go home and talk to the parents about it as well. So we've had to learn that our success is only as good as how quickly can we onboard the teachers and how quickly can we get the parents to buy in. So they are encouraging that learning and picking up that headset or that smartphone for the reason of this. So I'm going to stop there because people have other comments, but I think that for us, the biggest obstacle is not will the student use it, are the teachers going to have to learn a whole bunch of other stuff when they want a microwave ready solution, and when they have everything on their plate on top of learning new digital tools from COVID, are they going to learn this? And it's our job as the creators to make it as simple as possible for them.
Yeah, I piggyback. Oh, go ahead.
Oh no, you go, David.
No, go ahead.
Okay. My feeling, so I taught a couple of classes at my kids' middle school and high school and helped at the elementary school CS class as well. And I think the thing that I would like to see is more tools that are actually built with teachers in mind that are devoted to specific topics. So there's a teacher at my kids' high school who is going to be using hubs in her English class and having the students sort of create spaces for sort of visual poems. And so it's just images and text, right? And it's really easy to create in something like hubs. And so that's a really good match, right? You don't have to learn programming. You don't have to learn things that are too heavyweight. She was willing to take that risk. And so that's the thing. I think that's super important. And Kai's stuff is well targeted at the audience, right? For them to use it. It's focused. It's not like you're going into Oculus Home and having to find things and install things and run things and use these really generic user interfaces. So I think that is a big thing.
Yeah, I think there's a company that did a really great job with this, and they've scaled pretty rapidly in the ed tech space. They're called Seesaw. They're not actually in the immersive learning space, but early on I was chatting with them, and I think we sometimes think we have to get, even as administrators or as leadership, that we have to get buy-in from a large amount of teachers. And I think it's more about having ambassadors or having champions. And that's where I think having one or two, don't fight the tide. Don't bring the people that are kicking and screaming, not even the people who are scared and unsure. Go out there and find the teachers that are like all in and work with them to help make the case. Once they're big buy-in and you can see what the kids are doing, people will follow, right? When the value is there, people will go to it. But prove out the value with the path of least resistance, I think, is really important. And some people, I think, are going for we're not trying to hit the average teacher with an emerging technology. I think that's my personal opinion.
No, don't think we can.
No. I wanted to touch base on this question here, talking about the future of experiential education. And I've got an input here on simulation and game-based learning, which, Kai, you were just talking about an experience where you're asking questions at the beginning of an experience just to kind of set the stage for them, or maybe it's the experience on where they start. And my opinion there is, we're going to be adding a gamification component to all of this stuff. It's the only way that you keep people engaged. Right now we're competing against Fortnite and Roblox with the kids. How do we bring them into the educational classroom and make it as exciting as Fortnite, to be able to collect things and win things and get that heightened feeling of, ooh, I learned something. And maybe if, Kai, if you wanted to add a little bit more, sorry, let me scroll back to that question there, but a little bit more about the game-based learning and how we'll implement that into experiential education.
Yeah, one of the things that is a little irritating to me sometimes when we are pitching our company to maybe investors or something is they say that this feels too gamey, or this doesn't feel like education. This feels like a gimmick. And I'm hoping that we get to that place where learning is fun. We can have, gamification in learning and things like that. And I think it's going to take all of us to think about, what are we also incentivizing? I think that for, one of the things we hear is like, how do you know they're learning? How do you know things are, doing better? But there's a lot of different elements we have to think about. What are we incentivizing, and what are the key results we want to see how are they demonstrating they're learning their knowledge? And I think that's going to be a larger conversation for the community as a whole to decide, what do we want to see? What does success look like? When do we know a kid is doing exactly what we want them to do? Or we're seeing some of the habits we want. Some of the simplest things that are really frustrating to me. Sorry, I have an incense blowing that's all on the camera. One of the things that's really interesting to me is that we incentivize right answers. Like, you got it right, you did it, instead of incentivizing the process that you took. So I would like to see gamification that really puts a emphasis on troubleshooting, and as for a lack of better terms, like you actually worked through it, you figured out the problem, maybe it took you some longer time, but you got there. And that's what I'm hoping to see in a lot of these educational tools that I think we can really do in immersive learning, as opposed to zero-sum game, yes, no, and that's it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just watching the time. We've only got a couple of minutes, and I'm always about sharing. We've got 100 people listening here and throughout the metaverses and all that stuff. Maybe, what is your 2 cents to be able to share today on how educators would get started? Are there any tools that you would like to suggest and share for them to grow and in their own knowledge base? And Blair, why don't I start with you?
Yeah, I mean, I think picking up tools that are easy to approach first, that are generic, that you can sort of play with. So one of the reasons that teacher used hubs was because she could go in and it was immediately obvious how you could put images and text and just play around with it. And so picking environments like that let people actually just play and use as teachers and see how they could fit it in with their current pedagogical practices, as opposed to having to develop whole new lesson plans and whole new ways of evaluating, is the way that I would start.
Yeah. What about you, David?
I think people are probably watching this are in all different places. So I'm going to speak to kind of people that are overwhelmed. I agree completely with Blair that there's Metaverse, there's rapid prototyping tools, there's all kinds of tools that help you build in 3D environments and hubs, synchronous meeting tools and things like that. Once you're hooked, once you're in, I think pushing past that and asking that question, what can I do now that I couldn't do before? What am I afforded that was impossible? And we think about things like now we can all fly, right? Now we can become a fly on the wall and actually, what is a bug's view of this? What is a giant's view of this? And I think that's where and as Kai said earlier, just giving the ability and the agency of the learner to explore what's possible in these environments. And so open-ended creative assignments tend to work really well for these types of experiences.
Yeah, absolutely. Kai, what about you?
Sure. I want to take a different approach. I'm going to say that I really hope that educators, wherever they're watching, really hone in on our non-virtual educational practices and how to bring them into a virtual space. One of the things that I see a lot of is we throw away all of our educational teachings and pedagogy and everything just to go straight to the virtual world. And it's a big gap that, I'm seeing with the kids and what they're retaining. So I would say, please, some of your teaching practice, like I'm saying, starting with a question, that's drawing on background knowledge. That's teaching 101, So I would say really look at your own teaching practices, what's doing well, and how can you make virtual extensions? And I have to plug myself. We're building at KaiXR, so keep an eye on us. We are really trying to solve that problem too. As a teacher, how do we get you onboarded and give you those stepping stones so we can be a one-stop shop so you can learn all about AR, VR, 360, and whatever else the kids may invent that we haven't even seen yet.
Amazing. And I think I'll just finish off by saying teachers need to have more confidence in the students, even right at the young age. They know how to turn those iPads on and those phones on, and they know where to go and which apps to open. And I know we're talking WebXR here, but, introducing that technology to students and allowing them to have the freedom of creativity and giving that to them is a great start. And I guess I'll finish that off here because I know Trevor's joined us to bring on the next panel. Blair, Kai, and David, thank you so much for joining me today on this education panel and being a part of the WebXR Developer Summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for
thank
having
you
us.
So much for having us.
Thank you. And thank you, Julie, for moderating.
Yeah, no problem. Right over to you, Trevor. I know you've got a full room of people coming back in and we're on to the next panel. So thank you so much. Enjoy, guys.
Thanks. Hello. I'd like to welcome Eldon Sky, Brian, and James. I think James is having a little bit of technical difficulty, so we may not have a camera feed, but I think, oh, there he is. I think we will at least have audio. We'll see how that goes.
Yeah, if my network connection starts dropping out, let me know, and I'll turn the camera off again.
Yep. Yeah, so I think this is a great sort of lead through. We had a panel about entertainment and their use of the immersive web. We have a panel about education and their specific use of the immersive web. And now the topic for this panel is building spatial communities, building sort of online, immersive, and web-based communities that in some ways form the foundation of the two previous panels' efforts. So we heard a lot of mention of hubs, obviously, and Janus XR that James worked on before was a big sort of precursor and is still technology that's used today. So why don't we take a quick sort of trip around the quad here, and please introduce yourself and where you are and what you're working on, and then we'll dive right into the questions. Maybe Elgin Sky, you go first.
Hi, and you can just call me Elgin. It's a little bit easier.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I didn't get back to you earlier to tell you how to pronounce my name.
No worries.
So my name is Elgin. I am based on the west coast of Canada, and I'm working on the Mozilla Hubs project, which is super fun. I love to see how many folks have been talking about hubs already during the day. This is really exciting. So I'm now the product manager for Hubs, but previously I was the community manager. So I'm really excited to share sort of the things that I've learned over the last few years working on this project. Over to you, Brian.
Yeah, so as Elgin mentioned, I'm Brian Pierce. I'm one of the developers working on Hubs as well. I tend to work across the stack from the front end to the back. And prior to joining Mozilla and working on Hubs, I was one of the developers working on the SDK at Altspace. So I have this history of working in the social VR space, and I'm happy to continue that here at Mozilla Hubs.
Okay, it looks like we have lost James for a moment. Hopefully he will be back, but let's keep rolling in the meantime. You know, one of the things when I was thinking about this panel, one of the things that occurred to me is that I think for people like us who have been working on the web and specifically on web communities for a long time, there is a whole set of lessons that the flat web has sort of learned over the past 2 decades, really, about, you know, we all started off with sort of a starry-eyed view of what it might look like to have a global interconnected community all working together on, you know, to further human knowledge. And it turns out there was a little bit more nuance to what we are as a people, as a community, as a whole. It's not as single-minded and as single sort of monocultural as that, which is awesome. But I guess I wanted to ask you two and James now, taking the lessons that we learned from the flat web about community development, and now that we're moving into spaces like Hubs or Janus XR, what are the lessons that you've had to relearn or you've had to modify as we move into that new era? Maybe Elgin, if you'd like to start.
Yeah, for sure. That's such a good question. And like, one of the things that really appeals to me about Hubs is it reminds me of like the internet when I was younger, like just sort of like a free for all. The things that people are building in WebXR is just so cool and experimental. And I love how you can really make it exactly what you want it to be. It's very exciting. I mean, one of the things that like, you know, is definitely a concern is things like moderation, making sure that spaces are safe. And that's something that, you know, there's lessons being learned in the flat web that we can definitely, you know, we need to be learning from inside of 3D spaces, because you're just so much more vulnerable. You're kind of exposed to people. You're in front of strangers. And fortunately, you can be represented as an avatar if you're in these 3D spaces, which is really nice. But, you know, there's still these like risks about, you know, being in a public space with other people and what kind of things they might say and what kind of content they might share with you. So we've got lots of things to learn. You know, the Hubs team, we've been working a lot on like making sure that Hub spaces are private so that, you know, only the people who you invite to join your space will be there. But I think that there's like a lot of things that we can continue to learn and develop there.
James, I don't know if you caught the first part of the question. Let me reiterate just for a second, which is that you know, obviously we've learned a lot of lessons from the flat web about community moderation, and we're now porting those lessons into the immersive web, which is multimodal and has immersive spaces as well as flat spaces. Were there any lessons that you feel like you had to sort of modify or that were unexpectedly different when you started having communities show up in immersive spaces?
I think, I mean, there were definitely a lot of challenges, especially when Janus VR was operating as a company rather than an open source project. We definitely felt a lot of pressure from the community and from just people in general about the fact that these immersive spaces did allow a lot of abuse if you weren't kind of building to mitigate that. And as a small company, so I think Janus is in a bit of kind of a different place on the curve for communities. We had a very strong community in like 2014 to 2017, 2018. A lot of people were kind of, you know, getting on board with this kind of new technology and kind of, you know, using the platform we built. But then there started being a lot of like backlash against, you know, specifically like VR, that type of very open kind of environment where you can hop in and you can do whatever you want, but that does open the door for a lot of abuses. And so Janus, we took a step back from the kind of is to start everyone in one shared place. So that everyone, you jump into the place, you see who else is there, you interact with them. But kind of the takeaway we took from kind of seeing what was going on in these other platforms was, well, we're going to actually change things to be private by default. You start in this, what we call the pocket space. And from there, you can kind of jump out to these experiences where, maybe you're there, it's a private one with your friends or things like that. And I think that kind of put a damper on our community building, really, because a lot of people then kind of came up, like they jumped into this space and it was empty, and then they jumped into another space from there. And because we weren't kind of putting people into a shared common area, they never really interacted with each other. So that was definitely a challenge for us. But kind of looking at kind of where this stuff is going, so as janusxr.org, it's basically just me running the project, and like I don't have the resources to do kind of community management, moderation, onboarding of people, things like that. So in some ways, Janus has kind of stepped back in a social VR community, and it's more a tool that people can use to build their own small communities. Like people are using it to put together like VRTO. VRTO, we had some kind of worlds that were connected to that, but 5Rs, and there were like some conventions that were held, and they were all private groups. So rather than targeting the kind of one open community, it's more a tool for people to build for their own communities. And I think that's like the web in general. There isn't really like a web community. The web is made up of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different communities. They're all using the same basic tools to build the communities that are right for them. A community for one person, safe and kind of inviting, might actually turn off other people. And you want people to be able to have the experience they want without kind of crossing the streams, So
yeah, I do feel like we started off on the flat web with the idea that, right, there would be sort of one communal space. There's one Facebook. There's one Wave, or whatever the MySpace, and these huge global problems popped up once there's a single namespace, if nothing else, where everyone's acting. And it seems like one of the evolutions of the flat web that is even more amplified when you go into the spatial web is that that just doesn't work, for a lot of the really tight community sort of effects that a lot of people are going for. So it's interesting to hear that Janus also sort of saw a similar path that way. Brian, I know that you've worked on two toolkits that allow people to create content and to create interactive experiences within the context of a social XR space. When you think about how to build those capabilities in such a way that they allow people to encourage community, what are the sort of lessons that you've taken away from now taking two passes at this?
Yeah, as far as communities using your platform to build new things, I think the thing I've seen over and over again is that you can never underestimate what people will do with the platform you give them, and they will always find a way to accomplish what they want to. So I think that actually plays into a lot of the strengths of the web, because the web has always been about interoperability and built on standards and allowing people to mix and match and link and so on. So I think we take a lot of that pedigree and we try to build it into hubs, especially because we're all about using GLTF as a standard for our scenes and our avatars, and that has allowed other people to build on top of what we provide as a base. And yeah, we're constantly surprised by the things that people do with hubs unexpectedly building things that we didn't really intend for, but they take it and run. And I think that's something we'll just continue to see with communities going forward, whether it's on the flat web or not. Says people will take your community or your platform and run with it in really surprising ways.
Yeah, which seems both like a blessing and a threat in some ways, depending on what the intention is of the people. They will use it for that. And so planning for that seems to be one of the things that we're learning how to do. I know that a lot of people I talk to are interested in being able to, the way they put it is they want to be themselves no matter what platform they're showing up on. I know as the product manager, Elgin, you must have a lot of thoughts about the role of Mozilla in general and the Hubs team in specific about encouraging the ability for people to take their bodies and the information about presence and things from not just from hub to hub, hub room to hub room, but also from hubs to other instances of the Hubs platform or even a different code base. How do you think about this problem and sort of what direction do you think we need to head in to start solving this?
I just love when you can take the same avatar and then bring it over to different worlds. I have different colleagues who it's so strange because I don't recognize them when I see them when we're in different platforms because I know what Dom looks like. I know what John looks like when he comes into our hub space. So for me, it's really important that people can bring in their own. So in Hubs at the moment, you can upload your own GLTF model and you can use our bone structure to be able to make it so it's got hands and body movement when you're in there. We don't support the full body avatars at the moment. So, what you can import into Hubs might be a little bit limited, you're not going to be able to have a full body avatar with arms that move, but it's definitely something that our community has asked for, and it's something that I would love to see us be able to work on at some point in the future, though I don't know exactly where that stands on our product roadmap at the moment. But it's really exciting because even if you can't bring in exactly the same model that you're using on a different platform, you can bring in whatever it is that you want to represent yourself. And I really like it because I feel very uncomfortable when I feel very uncomfortable going into different spaces where maybe I've got to represent myself as a human avatar or heaven forbid, a highly realistic human avatar, because it always really I don't know, it's just not for me. My preferred avatar is to be a fox or, something kind of silly, which I really identify with and I like. And so I think it's really important that we prioritize this going forward and make sure that people have that ability to customize the way that they show themselves on the web, because I think that's the real advantage of using Hubs and social social XR experiences. If you're represented as an avatar, you can choose what that avatar looks like. You don't have to be your face. You can be, whatever might inspire you. And I also just want to note that if you're having team meetings in a platform where you can have dragons and snakes and robots, it's way more fun.
Indeed, that has been my experience as well. I ported an old digital body from a platform that was made in the late 90s, and I ported it in. It's all blocky and chunky, but I love it so much. James, I know that you have been, I think, in some ways talking with the OMI, the Open Metaverse Initiative, and they, of course, are interested in some of these issues. Coming, with the background that you have of having worked on Janus now for, I guess, 7 years. How long is it?
I joined Janus in 2016, and then before that, I was working on kind of a web-based 3D engine, which is what became Janus XR.
So you've heard some of these ideas before, I'm sure. When you think about what the OMI and what the web community can do around this idea of portable identity or presentation, what are the main sort of directions that you would like to see the community as a whole pick up and work on?
Well, I think we've done a good job of standardizing on GLTF. GLTF has been a great kind of enabler, kind of as a base for that. And And there's on top of GLTF, there's another format called VRM, which is it's a GLTF with a few extensions that kind of allows more avatar-like, like inverse kinematics and things like that. So I think we've done a great job on the kind of file interoperability side of things. Identity interchange is something it's difficult. That's something that even if you go back kind of mid 2000s, 2005 or so, there's a big I don't want to, because everything gets so kind of blown up about the war, the web war or whatever. But there was, like OpenID versus Facebook Connect type of thing, and sign in with Google. Ultimately, Facebook and Google won that battle against a more with OpenID, you could self-host your own kind of identity and kind of use that across any site on the web that supported that. So I think those type of initiatives, like, it's hard to get traction is the thing. People are so used to now sign in with Facebook, sign in with Google, that they're like, why do I want to have a different identity provider? So that's a tough battle. And there's been a lot of discussion about kind of using blockchain for that. Also W3C, DID, kind of decentralized identity. I forget what the last D stands for, but basically the self-sovereign identity, where you host it yourself, you control all the data associated with your account. So I think that technology is really promising, but the hard part is getting people to adopt it. And then also, one of the fundamental problems I see with like signing with Facebook or Google is that both of those companies made a concerted effort that you have one identity online, one identity only, your real name. And I can see from the abuse perspective that's a very powerful tool for being able to control abuse. If someone is being abusive on your platform, you can revoke their access. But at the same time, in real life, we all have kind of multiple personalities. I'm a different person when I'm in a work context than when I'm hanging out with friends versus when I'm, with my family. There's just social constructs that kind of force you to behave differently. So putting that all under one identity, and then, some people have parts of their identity that in parts of the world they may live in, parts of the country they may live in, they may not want that to be kind of openly known. Your gender identity, your sexual preferences, things like that.
Yeah, actively dangerous.
Out of, yeah. So, it's a tough problem to solve, because you want to be able to provide those safe spaces where you can kind of weed out the bad actors. And if you provide people with full anonymity, you can just kind of do an end run around that, make a new identity, and kind of continue your bad behavior. So again, I think that's where trying to leave it up to a single central platform operator, it's a difficult problem. Facebook is discovering how difficult that really is. Yeah.
Certainly, yeah. I think it's an industry-wide problem for sure. Well, we have some questions that came in from the audience, so let's start working through those. Okay, first question is, can you talk about what it's like to build cities like CryptoVoxels and Decentraland versus building kits for smaller experiences like hubs? Pros and cons of that, and what do you lose in abandoning a virtual city? So it sounds like they're talking about sort of the one big world model versus the separate spaces model. Who would like to pick up that question?
I'd be happy to speak to this unless Brian.
Go for it.
So I just wanted to say that, like, you know, there is a loss in terms of, like, you know, having people kind of randomly come into your space, which is a bit disappointing sometimes, because one of the joys about making these virtual spaces is like these chance encounters that you might have. I think from you know, being able to create an environment that's really custom and personalized to you, I think that there is a real benefit to being in a private space. I personally am like just absolutely moved by some of the content that people are sharing with us in hubs. And like, it's often people sharing things in our show and tell channel that are these private, closed, in kind of contained spaces that they've totally customized to fit like their vision of what they wanted their virtual world to be like. And I really like that we have that option that someone can have this really like contained and personalized space that really fits like their aesthetic or kind of the way that they want it to be presented to the world. That being said, and you know, you could maybe join these together in some sort of like larger metaverse sort of situation, but it might be a little bit strange and like discombobulating to jump from one to another and have it be a very different experience. And again, it goes back to like that moderation concern and like, you know, who are you running into in these spaces when you're trying to get a whole bunch more people into these sort of city environments who might not be from the same communities on their own. There may be strangers coming together in this virtual space, as opposed to like maybe a community that already exists outside of the virtual space coming together in these neat custom spaces that were created kind of custom for them.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the way I've heard it talked about is that, you know, physical cities have building codes for a reason. And one of the advantages of private spaces is that you make the building codes, you make the consistency or the inconsistency, which is hard to get in a one big world scenario. Okay, next question is, are there any mechanisms in spatial communities that make them easier to regulate and protect from trolls, bullies, and spammers? So this is sort of a flip on the question I asked earlier. I asked earlier what things were we relearning, but, you know, are there any mechanisms in spatial communities that make them easier?
I think one thing that makes it easier, at least at the current moment, is if you have something like, you know, a 2D forum or, you know, some online thing with a form. We've all had to fill in 5 million CAPTCHAs in our lives that we've identified. I don't know how many stoplights, you know, like there's all this kind of technology that's built because it's so easy for someone to build a bot that's just going to post spam on a 2D forum. In a 3D environment, that's a lot more difficult. It's certainly possible. You know, we you know, people have been working on these things. They definitely have kind of you know, bots that can run around in the world, and, you know, if they want them to spout advertisements for things over VoIP, it's technically possible, but it's also, there's a much higher barrier to entry, and you need like more resources to be able to do that at a large scale. So it's more difficult to automate that type of thing for the time being. You know, if this gets to the point where, you know, social VR worlds are kind of at the same scale as the web in general, you know, there's going to be financial incentive for people to solve that problem, and we're going to be right back where we are now. So, yeah.
I think one thing I might add to that is that in a spatial world, you can literally walk away from someone or teleport away from them, or, you know, teleport to a different room, which might be difficult to do on traditional social platforms where, you know, your profile might be public or the thread that you're on might be public, and you really can't help someone just replying to you or spamming you or something like that on like a centralized system. And I think just giving people agency to be able to control their own experience is a big part of that. And there are different means of agency that you can give within a spatialized system that you can't necessarily give within a flat or real world system.
What's an example?
I think, as I mentioned, just being able to walk away from someone, or maybe just to block their audio. I think that's literally something you can't do in real life, obviously. And just being able to, I suppose, just control your experience in ways that you can't in terms of your visual and audio senses.
Got it. It looks like we have time for one more question, and it seems like the audience is interested in this interoperability question again. get this question a lot, so that doesn't surprise me at all. Are there any aspects of interoperability, between spaces and platforms that you feel like, as a community, we need to pull together that we haven't discussed yet?
I mean, a lot of this, because we're building web-based systems for these platforms for these social environments. I know in previous talks there was talk of the WebXR navigation API, which is kind of implemented in Quest. It's not yet implemented in kind of Chrome or I think Firefox had the WebVR version of it, but they're still hopefully working on WebXR. So that type of thing at least gets us to the point where we can connect these two together. But there's a deeper question of like, what does it mean? We talk a lot about like inventory and the metaverse and being able to like move items from I want to bring my Fortnite skins through to hubs or to Janus or whatever. It's easy enough to say how that might work for kind of 2D or just simple assets, but when you get into things like I want to be able to pick up a gun in one world and then walk into another world and use it, it's, do you want people to bring a gun into your private hub space? Probably not. So there's a deeper question of, there's a technical question of how you accomplish it, and then there's the kind of more, call it a societal question of like, what does it mean to allow that? And I think we'll do a lot of explorations and probably take some kind of missteps.
Yeah, I agree. My general takeaway is that most of the interoperability questions are not technical. We can find solutions to most of the technical problems, but we don't yet have agreement on most of the social issues that are raised by these problems, and that's why it's pretty hairy. Thank you so much. I think obviously the community aspect of the immersive web is foundational to almost everything else that we do on it. So I really appreciate you three coming on and talking to us about this and sharing your points of view. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thanks for having us. This was really fun. Bye.
Bye.
And then next we have Liam from XR Engine. Yeah. Liam, thank you so much for coming to talk about social WebXR worlds. It seems like a natural progression from the panel that we just had. So yeah, thank you for approaching and being part of the day. And I will leave it to you.
Well, I'm so happy to be here. Thank you, everybody. That's been so wonderful so far. I'm Liam here from XR Engine. I'm going to talk today about what it takes to actually create immersive social spaces on the web and do these wonderful multiplayer virtual places and virtual events. And really how we approach it at XR Engine collaboratively. We really believe, our team, that staying connected matters. And we're an open code collective with the goal of accelerating the tools to create an immersive social web. We believe that's the future. Everybody here who believes in WebXR, I think feels the same way. The last panel was a great example. And we think that we're not moving fast enough. And we need better tooling, better open tooling that meets developers where they are and can be brought into projects that already exist and are being planned. XR Engine is a composable toolbox of software packages for a complex, large-scale, multiplayer WebXR project. There are many of these out there. Everybody wants to do something bespoke, whether it's a game or a creation tool or a social event or performance platform. And we think that together we can find the common tools that we need to make these experiences possible. And these include user experience, front-end tools, UIs, templates, examples that all bridge what an immersive space feels like on the AR and VR devices of our future, as well as the mobile and desktop browsers we have today. The metaverse web is going to be the next step for commerce and community. This is an example of a project we're working on. And we really believe that the web needs to work together to get to this vision, to build this next place for brands and customers and communities, for actual transactions to happen, which is really important to paying for the research and development and pilot projects that are going to bring us to the next frontier, and showing the value of what the spatial web is with the first projects that are going to happen in the near future. And we want to do that collaboratively, the way that the web demands collaboration on projects like React and Webpack and the W3C. Our open collective to build common tools that we can all use to bootstrap the metaverse comes from that common code. So to tell you a bit about the collective, it was actually started by Laguna Labs, which is a project consulting company that myself and my friends run. We've had 7 Laguna Lab projects on the engine and some of the tools in the toolbox so far. A few of them have used almost all the tools. And we have code and sponsorship contributions from 8 other companies who've come in and collaborated, used our tools, built upon them, contributed back. And that's, just to give you some stats on our main repository, we have over 120 stars, 35 forks on GitHub. Our GitHub repository is XR Foundation, so github.com/XR Foundation. I forgot to put it in here, but it's easy to remember, XR Foundation on GitHub. This is what our main example project looks like when it's running. This is our overlay concept. It's really a lot of the intersections that we love between Roblox and VR chat, and it shows really what the engine's possible, from mocapped facial recognition avatars on the left to our ability to jump in with VR, full IK, full body avatars and motion controllers in this multiplayer world that's designed for content. You can see it's a club. We call it the Black Sun Club, like in Snow Crash. This is a little preview of some more that we're working on top of the engine. Since we're all developers here, I'll tell you about the packages themselves. So it's a set of packages and tools, mainly packages that you can find at XR Engine. The core packages really are the engine itself, which is a high-performance entity component system, which is designed for multiplayer web experiences. I know there's a lot of people here who are looking into entity component systems, and they're incredible. We also have been working with bringing PhysX and 3 together, which are 2 great real-time gaming technologies. If you think about what these experiences are, they're actually spatial multiplayer simulations that are all synced together. So doing that very efficiently is incredibly important. We're also building native app wrappers, just like React and React Native and Ionic. We believe that the best native apps are web apps as well, and we'll get into that later. We've been inspired by game developers to build bots. It was first started as a load testing need, like what Mozilla Hubs does, and now it's become an entire interface for what are soon to become digital beings. We have a team that's working on this who are essentially building digital beings on the web on our framework. We're also very crazy about documentation, help, manuals. Every time somebody learns the framework, we want to learn how to do that better, how to train better, how to explain better. So we're very much about knowledge share. We have a whole set of packages about user experience, from the core 2D React components to boilerplate for 3D avatar apps, a fully baked social network experience with the best of YouTube and TikTok and Instagram baked into the framework, all in 2D mixed with these 3D worlds. An ability to do training and inference in a browser client built into the framework with inference tools, computer vision models for face, hands, and body, being able to drive characters in the framework. A whole avatar framework based on VRM, which is a very popular upcoming open avatar model standard, and body IK tools built for the web. And users of that we've had play in our experiences love this. They love bringing their knees and elbows, hands and feet, feeling, walking, dancing, deeply emoting, bringing the body, the humanoid body into WebXR. We're very excited to do. We're very much focused on easing content. A lot of the problems with the spatial web, the 3D web tools, is content pipelines suck. Some of the best content is already in game engines like Unity and Unreal. So we're doing a whole bunch of work right now to build Blender tools that better export not just to GLTFs, but allow for semantic tags for creators to create ground planes, nav meshes, all interactables, level of detail, all these great things that they can do directly into the editor that then they can realize in our worlds with our engine extensions. Using what we built on Blender to get exports out of Unity and Unreal. And through Unreal, we've been playing with Quixel Bridge, which allows us to bring in UDZ and other great formats, which we want to automate to the web, along with GIS, map data, all these other tools. And our avatar tooling, which really comes to making VRMs easy for every type of avatar out there, whether it's character creator or Mixamo or anybody else. We want it really easy to normalize any avatar already made and bring them to the web. And that's really the last step, the CDN, which you load up a source asset, it formats it for the web, it creates multiple versions of level of detail with retopo and decimation, and then hosts the object all at once, all as a service. And this is all part of a larger suite of infrastructure. We have a game server system built on WebRTC, a set of microservices, and a whole bunch of fleet operation services to host and run those servers and all the complicated hosting on premises or in the cloud. We've built a bunch of backend tools as well that the user never sees. We think these multiplayer worlds are really hosts and guests, and hosts are usually brands or anybody wants to throw an event, and the guests are who actually come to these virtual places and events. And we've built a lot of backend tools for hosts, whether that be ticketing, calendars, events, content editors, subscription billing, spot payments, admin dashboards for all sorts of moderation, all these things so you can actually build these virtual worlds, run these virtual worlds successfully, and build communities. It's deep. It starts backwards and forwards with this infrastructure. Getting back to an earlier point, we really do believe that some of the best native apps are web apps, whether that be Windows, Mac, iPhone, or Android, and that should be the same for WebXR. The best XR apps should be WebXR apps, and we've invested heavily in Capacitor, specifically targeting towards iOS and Android right now, to bring in all the best that those mobile operating systems offer to developers that are not available on the web, and wrap them in our native wrappers so they're accessible to web tools, to web developers. And we've been, with Trevor Flowers and many others, really invested in this idea of an interoperative metaverse. The Open Metaverse Interop is a really compelling community just starting. And we are extremely interested in figuring out solutions for moving user profiles, avatars, friends, inventories, homeworlds, all between these connected immersive social spaces. And we believe deeply in data wallets and building common shapes for data. So we can build the connective tissue so that we can all have our own sacred grounds in this digital world. Another piece I'd like to talk about, which is my team is extremely invested and interested in volumetric video and volumetric capture. And I bring this up at a WebXR conference because I think volumetric capture and WebXR are peanut butter and chocolate. They go together amazing. We've created an open universal volumetric framework inside of our collective as well. It's actually built for the web. You can see it running in an Oculus Quest. That's me. I look like Penn Jillette in that photo. Yeah, and you can try this out right now. It's hosted with our partner Wild Capture, who helped us actually build this framework and collect and process this volumetric capture. And we really think that this is the next great piece of content to be brought into these immersive experiences. So if you have any questions, you want to try it out, you want to contribute, reach out, go to xrengine.io, goes to our website. github.com/XR Foundation goes to the code itself. There you'll find documentation and more about us. And I thank you guys so much for my time here. And it's xrengine.io. I'm Liam at Laguna Labs. I'm really standing on the shoulders of everybody else who came before me, whether that's Mr. Dube, James Bayakanu, the Hubs team, and many others. So thank you all so much. And I just want to pay it forward. You guys are wonderful.
Awesome.
Yeah,
Thanks
awesome.
so much. Thank you so much. And we have two quick questions for you before you take off. I know one of them is asking to show some visual examples, and I think this one came in right after you were talking, but maybe you can answer the last one there. Oh, there you go.
Any features connecting across different experiences built with the engine, e.g. friends list, persistent identity? Yes, we've been using these things called Chappy credential wallets to sync user profiles. And we've done that experimentally between different versions of our system running in different Amazon clusters, where there are two entire different multiplayer stacks where people can go together. And it's at very primordial stages, but through the Open Collective, we'd like to do more of that. How lean of a setup can you work on with volumetric? I don't have them out here, but it's a lot of connects. Volumetric is a huge, if you want to build volumetric capture, it's a huge upfront cost, but it's wonderful and it's going to come down. I assume Apple and others will have a lot to say about volumetric very soon. So,
Absolutely.
I think I got 2 in. So thank you.
Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much for joining us today, Liam. We really, really appreciate it. And
it was wonderful being here. Thanks, guys. Bye.
Thank you so much, Liam. Take care. All right. Great. And look who we have here, Kavya. Hi, Kavya. How are you?
Doing well. How are you doing, Julie?
Yeah, we're great. Great. So glad to see you here today.
Yeah, same here. You're so busy, and so am I. So when we meet, it's like, whoa, the universe wants us together.
And I think the last time we saw each other was the WebXR Awards. So yeah, quite fitting that we're back here again and with such an important topic. So I'm not sure, Trevor, do you have an intro for Kavya, or should we just let her take it away? I think we're good.
The founder of XRSI, it's Kavya.
There you go. You get a double intro.
Take it away, Kavya.
Yeah, I believe I told Ben there was this video that we could play just to, for those of who don't know about XRSI. So I believe I'm sharing my screen and I'm live, so I'm going to play this.
Is it possible for a team to succeed in their research and development plans without considering the implications of trust, privacy, inclusion, and safety? This is a fundamental question of my mission to support individuals, corporations, universities, and government entities. We want them to reach their goals of developing emergent tech while making sure that safe and inclusive experiences are at the forefront of every key decisions they make. My name is Kavya Perlman, and I believe that it is critical for research and development teams to keep that question in mind. This is why I founded XR Safety Initiative. We believe in the potential of XR, VR, AR, and AI technologies as a driving force of good in the modern age. But we also recognize the risks and threats that reveal themselves through these tools. Our desire is to mitigate those risks. We do this by bringing together the brightest minds who have a passion for emerging technologies to work together towards these pillars of our research. The future is bold, unknown, and sometimes a little scary. But as we emphasize the prominence of this question and deliver resources that keep it in front of the eyes of the world's leaders in XR, we will find a future that is safe, secure, and full of hope.
Kavya, I think you're muted, unfortunately. Can you unmute yourself?
That was going to be tricky. So thanks, Trevor. I believe you can hear me now. And yeah, so technology can be used for both good and bad. When it comes to XR, it really comes down to what kind of realities we want to create. And since I only have about 15 minutes, 10 minutes, in the next 10 minutes, I'll reflect on this very question and reviewing some of the past, present, and how XRSI is helping shape the policy and help create the future for XR. And today we're going to kind of focus on WebXR specifically. So I don't know any networking nerds in the crowd, but I did my master's in network security from, there is no place like home. It seems like an appropriate saying. And back when I was a student and I was learning about networking protocols, World Wide Web protocols, it used to be a nice curved glass shaped protocols where we had basic stuff. And then as security and privacy concerns started to come through, this nice curved, hourglass shape became more like a fat lady, no offense, but it became just stacked and overstacked with a bunch of protocols. And today we're just continuing to build upon that foundation, which we haven't even had the time to correct the basic stuff that is already problematic. Why that's important? Because we're now using the same exact web that we first created without any consideration of privacy and safety to now do spatial computing, augmented, virtual, mixed reality. Why is it concerning? Is because in 2016, the biggest data scandal of our times thus far, Cambridge Analytica had been collecting 5,000 data points on each Americans. And that is, quickly, I just want to play this video from the founder or the former CEO of Cambridge Analytica, Alexander Nix, where he brags about this idea in 2016 pre-election Iowa caucus. And we all know what happened there.
Digital level, where we have somewhere close to 4,000 or 5,000 data points on every adult in the United States. Finally, addressable ad technology. This is the ability to take all this offline data and to match it to drive communications. Blanket advertising. Blanket advertising, the idea that 100 million people receive the same piece of direct mail, the same television advert, the same digital advert, is dead. My children will certainly never, ever understand this concept of mass communication. Today, communication is becoming ever increasingly targeted. It's being individualized for every single person in this room. So you will no longer be receiving adverts on products and services that you don't care about. Rather, you'll only receive adverts that not only are on the products and services, or in the case of elections, issues that you care about most, but that have been nuanced in order to reflect the way you see the world. We're able to match offline data to cookies to drive digital advertising, social media banners, and the like. We can obviously use this data to inform direct mail purchases. So a husband in a household can receive a piece of mail, but his wife can receive a different piece of mail, possibly even on the same issue. Most
video says, we are working with one of the participants or the presidential contender. And of course, that happened to be Trump back in that days. So now we're talking about a whole new level of data mining. And this is a report from 2018 from Stanford University. There was another report that said you can now establish an identity of a person within 5 minutes with almost like 95% accuracy just by putting them in a 360-degree video for about 5 minutes. And so the data, the data mining, the data collection is highly concerning, and the way it is being done, the kind of data. So, for XR, we need this type of data. But the data that used to be in the hands of doctors at one point is now becoming available to developers. Biometrically inferred data, all kinds of inferences are being made. The way you tilt your head, the way you move your body, all of that is giving away tons and tons of information to these devices, to the companies. And who knows in what hands is it going until we really understand the entire data flow in these ecosystems. Talking about inferences, these are inferences that can really be problematic if they end up in some AI algorithm that makes decisions on our behalf based on, let's say, skills and abilities. You could be denied interviewed. We live in America where people get denied coverage based on the preconditions. So if these are things that we can determine, oh my God, we need to think about with these opportunities, we have new risks to address. And we can definitely get granular on it. And we tried at XRSI. We tried to, understand other researchers conducting these novel researches, such as one from, I want to mention Ibrahim Begili, whose team, who is also a senior advisor at XRSI. Their team at University of New Haven, first they established that the attack surface is now expanded to our living room, and bystanders' privacy and all of this matters now. It's no longer just the nodes in the server or the network, it's our living room. Why? Because there are so many things that we need to think about, specifically talking about WebXR. And I want to thank here one of our Ready HackerOne founder, Marco Magnano, and our board member who actually conducted this research to understand the privacy implication in WebXR. So location tracking. Under this type of threat, the attack uses sensor reading to locate the device without using GPS or any other location sensor. So for example, accelerometer data can be used now to infer the location of the smartphone using statistical model to obtain estimated trajectory and then map the matching algorithms, which can be used to obtain, predicted location point within like almost the accuracy of 200 meters. Eavesdropping is a huge concern when it comes to WebXR because many users' inputs can be inferred from those sensor reading, including a wide range of attacks that can happen on PIN, password, all kinds of other, lock patterns, how you even take the touch actions like click, scroll, or zoom using all these motion sensors. Device fingerprinting, of course. These sensors can provide information that can be used to uniquely identify the device. And this is nothing new. This is something that we already do in WebXR, but how it implicates in the context of this type of data being going back and forth via those APIs is concerning. Identifications of users, where does that leave me? People who are minorities who want to potentially stay protected, if not anonymized, at least we want to be protected. So we need to think about these implications. Another one that I was talking to another good friend who wanted to add, and I couldn't add it here, but biometric identification. Really just, as I was citing the Stanford University's research, is accurately identifying who this person is. We don't need your first name, last name, username. We just need 5 minutes of the recording in this particular context, and we can identify you. So what do we do with that? And then combine this research, we're discovering novel attacks where an attacker could potentially, this research is also coming out from, I was referring to Ibrahim Begili's research, where they talk about tracker attack or chaperone attack. Somebody be able to hijack your tethered device camera. And this has been done. Be able to just overlay some visual that you did not intend. That they called it overlay attack, or move you across the space without your knowledge. All of this is possible because one can actually capture the data that flows between the device and the, potentially the cloud, or could be just, somebody pops in your browser, could be doing man-in-the-middle attack, and all sorts of techniques. We came up with risk mitigation categories. I'm not going to go into the details of it, but data protection, protecting user interaction in a social VR space, super important, because if anybody can just share a link and, create some kind of malicious code and share that with you, that puts you at risk. And of course, device protection itself is necessary. So these are few of the highlighted areas per Marco that are really, really important. We need to secure the context, how the sensor readings are explicitly flagged by secure context specification. I know that we've got the SSL stuff to fall back on, but these areas need to be more concrete. Permission policy and other focus areas like visibility states and permission API, these things, we need to consider that. And I've got 1 minute left, but I do want to highlight things that are not working is the regulatory frameworks, which is why we started with Ready Hacker One, kind of like let's start with the awareness aspect. So it's a media platform where you should go to find what is the truth, and we'll continue to upgrade that and we'll put that together. But the one really important thing that we're doing at XRSI is we've launched this privacy and safety framework. That's development is still ongoing, and potentially just really understanding what is the lay of the land. What do we need to consider when it comes to privacy policy? Not just like check the box, but like context, choice, control, and specifically the data type consideration that I was talking about, special data. And then ultimately, we're not stopping there. We're trying to make sure that the federal government, other governments, in fact, just last week, we launched a medical XR healthcare report with NHS. For the first time in the history, entire government of UK has made this type of positioning statement. Earlier in 2019, government of Australia used a Cyber XR coalition positioning statement. So all this stuff is happening. Why? Because we need these. We need these policies to be adopted, but that are informed from the technology itself. So in the end, I just want to leave you with this very thought that it really comes down to what we build has to be thoughtful, and how do we actually project our future. We don't just want to willy-nilly just keep giving away this data without no responsibility, because many of these organizations would say we are responsible, but we have seen over and over how they are completely irresponsible when it comes to data. So who's going to care about us? Well, we are here, and I encourage you to get involved with these type of efforts and think about privacy, safety, and ethics every time you're working in XR, WebXR. And so thank you for having me. I know I kind of breezed through everything, but I hope you learned something.
Thank you so much, Kavya. And as you can see, there's a few quick questions. We've got like 2-3 minutes before we're bringing in Clayton. I think you just answered that last one on how people can help support XRSI in conducting more research in the field and develop the results in a readable way for everyone. So that was something that you did. What can people do to help shape policies that protect us in the virtual space?
And that is a really good question. Just right before this presentation, I spoke with another organization. There are a few bipartisan committee, and there are, organization at the Hill. In fact, there are a few senators who have contacted us to now help them curate the very first law of XR. So I think if you're just like not at all familiar, the first thing you could do is volunteer for similar organizations like XRSI, or just come to us, and then we can direct your expertise, your concerns to the right person who's actually working on those particular items.
Great, great. And one last question. Which organization, government, corporation, or international or other, is currently best placed to produce effective outcomes in defining the next generation privacy? Is there any one organization that you would say is doing a really good job right now of setting that footpath?
Oh, it would have been an easy answer, but then Brexit happened. So let me just say, it's not the United States of America, and I hope we do better. But it certainly could have been the EU with GDPR leading the way. But right now, it's like now with the United Kingdom is actually rolling out a children's code on 21st September 2021 or something like that, September 2021. So UK is demonstrating great efforts in protecting privacy for minorities, for vulnerable population, and EU is literally siding with them. And then we have this AI regulatory framework that came about. So altogether, UK's ICO and EU's, GDPR stuff with their regulatory committees, I think together they are doing a good job, and we're working with both of them. Plus, let's see something from Australian government. We'll see what they do with XR, but it's encouraging to see that they're using our standards to create positioning statement, but the conversations continue. But yeah, I recommend UK and the EU, and let's see where it goes. I hope that America, as in us, we take the lead. The foundation is there. We're going to continue to build it.
Great. And I think we have chance for time for one more question, just the top one there. How do you protect a user from revealing their input into an XR app? It's like preventing a smartphone app from accessing their touch input, right? So a little bit of maybe high-level lesson for users or people to share with users on protecting their privacy. It's all about education, I guess, right?
Yeah, it's a great question. So when I talked about the inform section of the privacy framework, there is a super expert, Noble Ackerson, who contributed to that, who specifically speaks to that. Just because you build controls doesn't mean that people know what to use. So you have to inform them those controls exist. So context, communicating that context, like, hey, if you're getting harassed, kick, block, mute. That is important because people may not know. So awareness, and have these companies create these tools, but then create the awareness that these exist and how to utilize them. So you're right, Julie. It starts with awareness, and then we keep getting granular with it because it's changing all the time. Like a wristband gets introduced, it changes the entire dynamic of how privacy should be done. And so like WebXR, as it evolves, we need to keep an eye, and we need to just continuously focus on what's changing, how it actually allows more and more data to be collected, and then how do we protect it. And I know Trevor, I think Stellar Mesh and those kinds of things, some amazing projects that you're doing, and I'm keeping an eye on it. I have so much to learn from you to kind of help shape that policy objectives too. So thank you.
Oh, it goes both directions for sure. I think so many people in the developer community and in the standards community are learning from the documents that you're creating, the policies that you're putting forward. I'm hoping in the future that we can work more closely together. I would love to have you come and be a part of the Immersive Web community group at the W3C. I think it's intensely important that we come at it from both directions, for sure.
Yeah.
Are there other aspects of the web that are related to XR that you think that there's sort of a good momentum on, that you think we should put more energy behind?
I don't know yet how the content moderation ties into all this, but that is a huge aspect that we're going to have to resolve at some point. Because, if polarization is existing in the web space, imagine when somebody can literally manipulate your reality, present to you. We were talking about Robert De Niro's German voiceover using the AI algorithm that came out last week. So these things are getting more and more sophisticated. So how do you establish what is your base reality when you're just taken over by somebody else's construct of reality? So then it comes down to like, okay, forensics, like bits and bytes, like what's the real truth here? And that's something that Abraham talks about a lot. And he's got this, forensic institute at University of New Haven. And I think we need to get to that level so we can, first of all, what is our base reality? And how do we establish truth if crime has taken place? Somebody has stolen your payment data, and then who did what? It's all in the bits and bytes. So I think we need to get a lot more granular and observe the space, collect more research. We're not quite there where we understand these things. And that's where my head's at. It's just research, learn more, and then shape it into a policy all the way to, like a policy level, so that we can actually make some change than just like, kind of get frustrated about like, how do we get Facebook to listen to us,
I think that's a great point to lift off there, is just that community and collaboration of working together, of learning together, understanding, and not kind of taking our eye off the ball. So I guess on behalf of all of us, Kavya, thank you to yourself. And I know Marco is also in the audience too. Thank you to both of you. I know you're very strong figures in this world, and somebody has to do it, and XRSI is doing such an amazing job of setting these standards, and you are a true leader in this space, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you so much. Hey, Clayton.
Yeah, we've got Clayton.
That's awesome.
I'm here.
You're here. You made it. Awesome. Awesome.
Right.
Well, thanks so
Thanks
much
for having me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Great.
And
Clayton. Yeah, I'm so glad that you're here. Thank you for making it. I know that, yeah, the internet has not been kind today, but you made your way through and you made it. So thank you.
I'm so grateful to be a part of the whole event here and have been following it for some time. Of course, Ben and I go way, way back. So thanks for the patience of me shuffling a bunch of devices and URLs and platforms. I've been on StreamYard, Skype, WebEx, Zoom, all in one day, by the way. So it's great to be here.
Yeah, you have you've slogged through the jungle and the swamps and the desert, and now you're here with us, and I appreciate it so much. And yeah, I can't wait to hear what you have to talk about. I know you're coming from Silicon Harlem is the organization, and you're here to talk about proactive equity. And I will turn it over to you. Take it away.
Well, I thank you. It's such an important part of all of our lives moving forward, especially when you're seeing the amount of acceleration when it comes to technology, certainly even before the pandemic, but certainly after the pandemic, or as we are in the pandemic, depending on where you live in the country. But anyway, the point is we are accelerating in technology, in ideas, and certainly in startups and all types of activity that's happening around the globe. And one of the things that I always have tried to advocate for is let's make this something where everyone can participate. It's everyone ought to participate. And there couldn't be more of a better example than XR. When you're looking at the XR universe, there's tremendous opportunities, whether it's business models, whether it's games, whether it's these type of events of coming together. There's so much potential here. But we could literally mess it up if we don't make it inclusive. And I'm a big proponent of that because I've seen it happen. I've been in the telecommunications industry for a long time, and I've seen the sort of ways that technology can get beyond people. And I have a solution. That's the beautiful. Yeah, I mean, people can all talk about the problems, and we do that a lot. Everyone, the problem, the digital divide, and that's cool. We all understand that more than ever, right? The pandemic said, yes, these are real issues. There's a what and the why. Why this has impact on all parts of life. So here's my formula for everyone. Are you ready for me?
I am going to go off camera so that you have full screen, so you have everybody's attention. So I will be back at the end of the talk, but I'm going to give it to you. All right.
Thank you, Trevor. And I won't be that long, but thank you, Trevor Flowers. I appreciate you.
Happy
so
to do it.
I'd like everyone to take one moment and take a look at my theory and see if we can't work together in the future to change the trajectory of the world, right? So it's a simple formula, and it's from the beginning of time. And it goes like this. I call it the story of the gaps. The story of the gaps. So it's a simple formula. If you do not have exposure to something or anything, you have what's called an exposure gap. You're not getting exposed to certain things, right? I, for example, have been all over the world, right? So when we ask somebody, hey, let's talk about Singapore, and that person's never been there, they have a lack of exposure. They have a gap in exposure. Or we can take it even simpler into our country here, where we say, oh, or in America anyway, where people in low income, for example, may have never been to a golf course. So that exposure is not there for them. And if you have a exposure gap, it leads to an access gap, right? So from an exposure gap, meaning I have no idea what XR is, I'd even never heard of XR. If somebody says that to you, the question is, who's going to give them exposure to that, right? And if we say, well, you know what, maybe they won't understand it, maybe they're not into that, whatever the case may be, we create our self-inflicted exposure gap. With the exposure gap means you have an access gap. So if you have an exposure gap, it leads to an access gap. And if you don't have access to the tools like WebXR and others, you're not going to be in the game. You're not going to be in the economic trajectory that can go. So from an exposure gap creates an access gap, right? So if there's an access gap, guess what the ultimate happens? It creates what I call, and what you call, and what everyone calls, the wealth gap. An exposure gap leads to an access gap, which leads to a wealth gap. Wealth gap is one a lot of us don't like talking about, right? We know it's there, but we really don't want to talk about it because it's easier to talk about like digital divide or something like that. But wealth gap is the real challenge. So so what's the solution, Clayton? That sounds pretty interesting, profound in some ways. Maybe we'll submit your name to some op-ed or whatever. But here's the deal. Here's a simple thing to do. Give everybody some exposure. I mean, right? If you start at the beginning and give people exposure, I can guarantee you they will come up with the same energy, ideas, and commitment that all of us on this call have to things like XR. You got to give them the exposure. That doesn't mean a handout, doesn't mean anything else except why these schools have kids working in that space and other schools don't. Let's make that much more available to everyone, any type of, especially in my prism of technology, especially in that space. And here's an example of why I know this works. So I recently, when I say recently, it was 2.5 years ago. So 2.5 years ago, and Ben Irwin knows this, we created the very first 5G testbed in the country, in Harlem. That testbed went from Columbia University to City College along Broadway. And it is an extraordinary, it's still up to this day and it's still doing its thing. The reality is, why putting that inside the community, we also said, why don't we go to some of the public schools and actually share and give some exposure to what we're doing? And not only did we do that in terms of going in and talking with the teachers and talking with students and et cetera. So there's in a lot of ways was a very struggling public school system in this particular area. And we ended up actually even creating curriculum, train the teachers so that the teachers can then give lessons to the students. We gave them tools, all types of things to work with as a result. On our test bed, companies like IBM and others are running radios and various applications on our test bed because it's the only one you can really do it. All the stuff you see on TV and commercials and all that, that's all a bunch of hype. But you got to really do the research behind it. That's why we were so committed. But think about what I'm saying. When IBM calls us and says, hey, we want to run this on your platform because of the speed and the latency, and they can see how autonomous and virtual things work. But now, those kids in that public school system where STEM isn't necessarily the top of the line there, have now got exposure to a test bed of advanced wireless connectivity that is built for speed and low latency. So when the kids say to me, Mr. Banks, we would love to run an application on your service. We figured out how to use VR to get to the best restaurants in our neighborhood that are friendly to teenagers. And guess what? I will say, sure, why not? Now, if you hear what I'm saying, IBM and the kids from the school are running on the same test bed. It opens their prism from wherever they thought they were going to I have more options. Why? Because we all together provide that exposure. In fact, they're ahead of the best schools, right? So from this struggling school system, all of a sudden from that exposure, has more access than any other students in the city. And that access is exactly what we all have on this call, which is being able to connect with each other right here, start thinking about different ideas, applications, and services. And then boom, we start making money on those applications. This is what I'm hoping to share with everyone on this call. This is not you like saying, oh, let me do some nice things. No, just expose people to stuff. That's my thing. If you give the exposure, the access will allow them to, blossom. And we close the wealth gap. I read a statistic recently, and I'm not an identity type of guy, but the statistic ran me crazy. So I already knew that the wealth gap in this country from particularly African Americans and white Americans, which I hate using both those terms, I really do, I don't like it. But when you look at the statistics, it has been the same wealth gap since the 50s. But more importantly, which means it's been systemic and sustainable. And according to this research that was done, that the closing of the gap that is currently in place would take 238 years. I'm like, what? That's why I had to be like, we've got to figure this out now. Most of us won't be around 238 years from now, right? So let's try to finish this one right now with simply doing exposure. I'm very proud of one of my best friends, Ben Irwin, who has placed this in the middle of this developer summit. I know how much we want to get back to, all the cool stuff that's happening in XR, and I'm down with it. I'm just as geeky as everybody. Ben knows I've been in this a long time. VR, AR, XR. I'm all in. I got my goggles around here somewhere. They're never that far away from me, but I always appreciate that. However, it won't be as beautiful and as successful if we don't get everybody involved, no matter where they're from, poor or rich. We got to get everyone at that table because the best ideas are yet to come. And then let me give my last sample, GPS, right? Does anyone remember before we had no GPS? GPS? Really? I mean, that has been transformative for the world. It has attributed over $1 trillion to the American economy. Well, again, haven't we really just scratched the surface with that? Why? Because many of our population haven't had the time to get back on or get that exposure. So for the next big stuff that's happening, which I call space technology, let's make sure everyone has that exposure. I want to say thank you for everybody, whoever stayed on here and listened to me. I appreciate it. I don't know if I'm able to put my email in the chat, but I will, and it's mr.banks@siliconharlem.com. Mr. Banks@siliconharlem.com.
Amazing. You have such a great energy. It's wonderful to hear this from you, Clayton, and also a very, very different perspective from some of the other talks that we've had today. So,
well, if there's any questions I can address, I'm happy to take any questions. I know I went a little longer than I probably should have, but if there's any questions, even if you want to just email them to me, I'm happy to respond.
Absolutely. We did have the question link, but we haven't heard it. I think everybody was just, immersed in your energy. At least I was. It was great. Thank you so much. And thank you so much for being here today, too.
Thank you very much, and have a great rest of your summit.
Great. All right. Thank you. And if anybody has wants to reach out to Clayton, he's dropped his email in the chat there, or somebody has dropped your actually dropped your email in there. So you're all good. You're all good. All
Very
right.
good.
Thank you so much, Clayton.
Thank you
for
all.
joining us
Thanks,
today.
Julie. Thanks, Trevor. Thanks, Ben. Thanks for all the people in the backstage. Thank you.
Amazing, amazing.
Thank you so
Well,
much.
Trevor, we're almost at our next small break before we go to the last segment of the day, and we have some really cool live presentations and also an after party that's coming up. So I think right now we have about 7 minutes before we see our next presentation by Raynon Weber from Babylon JS, which is going to be a great talk. And that one starts at the top of the hour. So maybe we'll do a quick break. But before we do, we need to thank our sponsors for today, because without them, we wouldn't be all here, Never mind about the presenters, but we've got some great sponsors.
That's right. Bandwidth is not free, and we really appreciate, of course, we have FutureWay as the premier sponsor, Zapper and Immersive Wire, all contributed in, and of course, Julie, your company, Meta-Verse, is pitching in, and Power Simple from Ben. And then, yeah, all of the logos that you see on the screens, these are people who have pitched in one way or another, either by showing up to be speakers or by helping with logistics or money or other aspects of putting together the day, which, yeah, we wouldn't be here without these people. So I would like everybody to take a moment and cast your eyes over all of these people who just really showed up for the immersive web and for this
Absolutely.
community.
Yeah, and we had some great watch parties throughout the universe, the metaverse as well today. So I know we've been seeing a couple of photos come into the backstage, and we're looking forward to, we're actually collecting some stats on where people are watching this from, everything from YouTube to Twitch to, there's a watch party in the iLearn campus, there's one in Hubs. So, you know, everybody is everywhere, and we're not just restricted to this 2D screen anymore. So it's an exciting day.
I know on Twitter, I keep seeing screenshots from within virtual spaces where the video of the event is on a polygon that's sort of out in space, and then there's just people milling around. I'm sure having interesting conversations about all of the panelists and their ideas, and that sort of interaction is, I think, it's one of the things I love about
yeah, it's a little surreal as well, because I'm seeing our photos and the panelists' photos and all of these things. And I've been sitting here the whole time, but I'm seeing my face in all these different worlds. So it just goes to show how messaging and conferences are just there's just so much possibility and creativity to come of these events. And, WebXR is just one avenue, of course, but it's certainly a lot to absorb today with all this content that we've got. I think we have just under 4 minutes. Maybe you and I will just do a quick break and check in with the back team. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We'll be right back, and we'll bring on our next presenter.
Yeah, stay tuned for information about Babylon. I want to come on real quick, actually. I forgot. I want to give a shout out to FutureWay. I think we mentioned before in the stream, but I want to mention it again. They reached out to us when they heard about this event, and they talked to us about their efforts in open source and how much they want to support the ecosystem of the web in general and the immersive web specifically. They obviously have a lot of projects that go all over the map in terms of capabilities, but they have been great partners, and they're strong supporters of the standards work that we do in the W3C and that we do in general. Yeah, so they are there. They are engaging with WebXR open source. I encourage you to take a look at their projects. If you search for them and you search for WebXR, and also it looks like we have a couple of email addresses for Daniel and Mats. So yeah, reach out. They have been great partners, and hopefully they will be great partners if you have WebXR projects that you think make sense. So yeah, thank you. MetaPrime, obviously, experimental NFT landscapes. This is one of the things that I think the community as a whole is getting a handle on, is how does blockchain-based technologies interact with the greater XR story? MetaPrime, obviously on top of that, and Extend Collection. I was so happy when I found out about this, and I covered it in the Immersive Web Weekly, because one of the things that is different about the web is that it's, in some ways, it's very different than app stores. We have it sort of in the community to do curation. We can do niche types of curation, and the Extend Collection is exactly that. It's a curated experience list of WebXR projects. So take a look at that. The Univirtual experience as well. It's aimed at educators. So if you're in that space, please do give it a look. It's going on right now. And of course, the Immersive Wire. Tom from the Immersive Wire immediately reached out when he heard about the event and said that he was interested in helping out. The Immersive Wire is another of these regular newsletters, similar to the Immersive Web Weekly, but in some ways it's going after a different sort of aspect of it. So it's worth reading both, in my opinion. Zappar, we heard from them earlier today. They have a platform that talks both to native and the web. And yeah, thank them for coming on and for helping sponsor the event as well. Okay, so it looks like Renan, right, from Microsoft. Hello, welcome.
Well, thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
I'm excited to hear. Babylon was one of the projects that we definitely wanted to have on today, because it's forming the foundation of so many great projects. So I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Awesome.
Great, thanks. I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you very much. And I'm sharing. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Renan. I am a software developer working at Microsoft, and my main focus is Babylon.js and WebXR in Babylon.js. I'm here to present Babylon.js very quickly and the WebXR integration in Babylon.js, see if the demos, and have your questions at the end. It would be wonderful to have any questions that you want to present. So a bit about Babylon.js. What is Babylon.js? First, Babylon.js is an advanced 100% open source, fully featured web graphics and rendering engine built in TypeScript, of course, working in JavaScript as well. A bit about Babylon.js mission and what leads us when we are developing new features for Babylon.js. First, our mission is to build one of the most powerful, beautiful, simple, and open rendering platforms in the world. First, powerful. Babylon.js has advanced technical capabilities, very high performance, a rich API that allows the developer to build very highly performing experiences. Second, beautiful. We have advanced shaders, custom shaders, industry-leading GLTF support, advanced lighting environment, shadows, reflection, everything is integrated in the framework. Simple is very important for us. We want everything to be as simple as possible for the developer, to allow the developer to create simply the best experience they can. We have an advanced toolset of editors, inspectors, that allow the developer to debug the scene, to understand what's going on inside. We have a very rich documentation page, full of examples, and we have highly shareable systems like the Playground, where you can just write a few lines of code and see the scene rendering right in front of you and share that instantly. And last but not least, open. We believe in openness. We believe in open source. Everything we do is open and shared with the community. We have a very active community and forum where we share everything we do. A bit about the guiding principles that lead us when developing for Babylon.js. First, Babylon is always backwards compatible. Everything we develop right now, every public API that we expose will be available in future versions of Babylon as well. We support open web standards, GLTF, WebXR, Web Audio. We will always support the public API per default. We have an intelligent dynamic fallback system. WebGPU is wonderful in beta right now. And if not, we can fall back to WebGL2. And if WebGL2 is not available, we will fall back to WebGL1. Everything transparent and integrated in the engine itself. As I mentioned before, performance is very, very important for us. We continuously improve our performance and make sure that the render loop works as fast and efficient as possible. Smallest footprint possible. We want to allow the user to create the smallest package possible. We are in the web. We know that we want to deliver as fast as possible and to have your experience load as fast as possible. So we have full ES6 support, free shaking, everything out of the box. And the rich toolset to reduce code and simplify workflow. As I mentioned before, we have the sandbox where you can load modules and view modules, the playground where you can write code and share the code. And we have an inspector that allows you to see the scene graph and analyze your scene, and Spectre that allows you to analyze GL frame, everything integrated in the framework itself. We don't know how many people use Babylon.js, since Babylon.js is open source. Those are just a few of the companies and products that use Babylon.js in production. Now a bit about WebXR and Babylon.js and what leads us when we're developing the WebXR features for Babylon.js. First, it has to be simple. We believe in simplicity and believe that every developer, if advanced or not, should be able to write a few lines of code and have WebXR integrated in their Babylon.js experience. The second, leading from simple, is extensible. Even if it's simple, we want to allow the user to be able to change the defaults, to fully customize the solution. Third, we believe, as I said earlier, in open source, and we want to stay always compliant with the specs. And leading to that is the fact that we also want to evolve with the specs. The specs is in draft mode. We know that we want to continuously evolve the framework together with the WebXR specs. The fifth guiding principle is that we want to be fully integrated with other Babylon.js components. So everything that's working in the desktop should work out of the box in WebXR as well. When we implemented WebXR, when we started, we had a few concepts that we wanted to introduce to simplify and to help the user write their experiences. The first thing, every XR type get a corresponding Babylon type. So the session manager controls the session. We have a class for input sources. We have a class for controllers. Everything has a corresponding Babylon.js type that also exposes the native XR object under the hood. So if you want to dive in and use XR natively, you can still do that. The second is the feature manager with versioning. The idea here is to have some form of a plugin manager for features, for WebXR features. WebXR specs continuously change and the feature as well. The best example is the hit test that changed the API just a few months ago and changed completely the API. We didn't want to stop supporting the old API because some older browsers still supported it. So we just created a new version of the feature and exposed that as version 2 of the Babylon.js hit test feature. And the developer was able to just choose whether he wants version 1, the older browsers, or version 2, the newer ones. The third, we developed an XR experience helper. So you are able to get everything you need to get started with one single line of code. Right out of the box, with a single line of code, you get teleportation, the ability to move around in the scene with hotspot support. You can define your floor meshes. You can define certain blockers that you cannot teleport through. The second is an enter-exit UI, an HTML element that allow you to enter and exit the XR session, a pointer system support, controller support, and hand support, and physics support for both of those, controller and hands, and the headset as well. In Babylon, we believe in multi-device and cross-device support. And we believe that you should write a single code base for all devices, as simple as possible. And when I'm saying devices, I mean desktop, mobile, VR, AR. We want to allow the users to just write once and reuse wherever possible. The best example for that is the pointer system. We know the pointers from mouse, from touch, and the pointer events that the browser exposes. We use them to interact with all of the Babylon components. And what we did was also expose the pointer system to WebXR. So you are able to interact the same way you would interact with a mouse with XR support. And leading from that is transparent input support. So when we implemented the pointer system, we also implemented the same system for gaze mode, for touch mode, for controllers, for the hands. So you need to write once, and it will work on all of those devices. We continuously test all of our code on as many devices and many browsers that we can. I personally have a Quest, Rift, a Windows MR. I'm testing on HoloLens. I'm testing on mobiles, just to be sure that every code we write will work on all of those devices in the same way. A bit about AR support in Babylon.js. We implement the features as they come. We have plane detection support, heat testing, anchors, image tracking, newly introduced the DOM overlay that can be used for UIs. And we have a Babylon feature that we call the background mesh remover that allows you to define meshes that will be removed when you enter the AR session and will be displayed again when you exit. Best example is if you want to have an exhibition on your mobile and have a nice background, but when you enter AR, you want to show just a single product. So you will define all of the other meshes to be removed by the background mesh remover, and when you exit the AR session, they will be back. They will be back in. A bit about our future plans. The first thing, XR layers, which is a wonderful feature supporting the Oculus browser that we're planning on integrating for 5.0, the next version of Babylon.js. The second thing is smooth movement using controllers in XR. So you will be able to walk around in your scene. Right now, we only support teleportation. You will be able to define colliders as well and not walk through walls using just like the first-person camera in Babylon.js. Third, light estimation, which is a wonderful AR feature that makes the scene much more realistic in AR. And touchable elements, we are working right now. It's in draft mode. You can see that on GitHub. You will be able to interact with objects using touch, using your hands. You'll be able to press, you will be able to grab, and not only using the raise. And if you want to see our XR roadmap, just watch our GitHub repository. We tag every XR ticket issue with XR, VR, and AR. So you can see exactly what we're planning for 5.0. I'm going to jump into code and demos. I'm not going to enter XR because I don't want to change context. Every code example has a link. It's a playground, and you can just enter and try it yourself in any device, any XR device that supports this. The first is a goalkeeper training. The idea here was to show the physics support for the controllers. The code I'm showing here to the right is the XR specific code. As you can see, the controllers are coming out of the box using the default experience, and they are interacting with the UI. And the controllers themselves have physics imposted that allow you to interact with other physics-enabled objects, in this case, the spheres in the scene. To enable the feature, it's just a few lines of code to enable the physics controllers to define exactly how you want it to work, and just have it work right out of the box. Of course, everything extendable. You can change the physics imposters and interact with them directly. The second, very similar, is a kind of like a tennis game where we decided not to show the controllers, but actually create one controller in the right hand instead of their native controller that is loaded usually. In that case, the left hand has different interactions than the right hand. And as you can see, I'm not so good at playing tennis. That's the tennis playground. The third is an AR experience, which uses plane detection. As you can see, the plane detection is enabled. The UI is using the GUI library of Babylon.js, so you can have UI in AR natively without using the DOM overlay as well. In that case, you can interact with the meshes. You can decide what meshes will be used, what planes will be used in this experience. And as you can see, the mesh will be projected on those, and you are also able to interact with the meshes in the scene using the pointer system. Another example we created for the last Babylon release was to show the full capabilities of WebXR. We call it savable. And the idea is to have two controllers instead of the native controllers that are able, you will soon see the spheres that they are able to interact with. The game is just to control those spheres, to grab them, to throw them, and to show the entire capabilities, including physics, including controlling, including special shaders, custom shaders that were created for this, for WebXR. The few other demos I want to show quickly. One is the hand demos. We have hand support. We have our own hand meshes, and those hands are also physics enabled if you wish, and you can interact with the objects in your scene. They have also the raise, so you can use the select gesture, the pointer system, to interact with the rest of the scene. The other one is image tracking, integrated natively in the framework. You can attach a mesh to an image, to the image position. You can interact with this mesh. You can interact with the UI as well. And the third is the physics playground, which allows you to do an open world where you can interact with every object inside. All of those examples are in our documentation page. If you go to our documentation page, you will be able to see the code and to understand how we developed that. Last but not least, I want to mention Frame VR, which just released a new version. So I'm not sure you can hear the audio. Just released a new version using Babylon.js. Thank you very much. If you want to have some more information about Babylon.js, go to babylonjs.com. Our documentation is in doc.babylonjs.com. We have a very active forum. Please join, ask any questions. I am there daily. The entire team is there daily. I'm also available on Discord and Babylon.js channel if you have any questions. Thanks a lot.
Hello. Thank you so much. I appreciate, like I said, Babylon's one of the foundational pieces that I see more and more applications using. Obviously, Frame just announced a big rewrite on top of Babylon, so it's good to see people picking up that. And Julie, I think, has questions from Slido. Let's roll through some audience questions.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, if anybody has any questions, we've only got a couple here, so we have a bit of time for Raynon to answer your questions. So the first one that came in is, are there any WebXR experiences built in Babylon.js you recommend people experience? And I saw that you had some in your presentation, so maybe we can dig those out and drop those links into the chat so people can go directly in there. Then the next one was, are you going to add any server-side support or maybe integrate with something like VR Space so we can just get the back end in a box? Which is funny because you were just talking about that a little bit, right? The boxed model. Hand it off. Here you go.
Yeah, just do everything. everything in a single box. Babylon has a null engine that can and a few engines that can render server side. We don't support that. We don't push towards that. We think that you are in the browser needs to render, and we want to use the browser capabilities. Things like WebXR will probably not work so well. At least I believe I haven't seen a very good experience with server-side rendering for VR yet, at least not in WebXR. So we do believe in the browser and the Brave browser capabilities, but you can, of course, render server-side.
Well,
great.
So it's interesting. Oh, I'm sorry, Julie, go ahead.
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
So that's interesting. I read that question differently. Maybe I read it.
Maybe I misunderstood that.
But I'll do it as a follow-up question, which is one of the questions I get asked from developers a lot for all of the engines, not just Babylon, is sort of what is the best server-side thing to implement that then complements the front-end engine like Babylon. So for example, I think Hubs is a back-end, and then A-Frame is the front-end equivalent. So I guess maybe the way I read the question was, is there any intention in the Babylon team to more directly integrate with a back-end service? Not necessarily for rendering or anything, but just to do replication or object permanence, things like that.
We have a few members in the community that presented solutions like that. We don't have any plans of implementing such support, but we did have members doing either like a self-developed socket server or integrated with things like Firebase or real-time database that allows the user to communicate multi-user support. So there is actually a page about it in the documentation page, if I remember correctly, but it's nothing that we support natively.
So that sort of modularity is something that that the team at the moment intends on continuing.
Correct. Babylon is fully reactive, so we have observables for everything. So you can actually interact with those and create plugins that are server-based as well. It's fully extensible.
Great. We have one other question, and they were asking if you're going to be adding avatar support to your examples.
It's a good question. We haven't thought about it. There's quite a lot of talk. I'm from Microsoft, but not because of that, about Microsoft Mesh and stuff like that. We don't have any direct plans of supporting that, mainly because they still don't support web. But probably when it does, then we'll see how we can what we can do to support something like that.
That adds a whole level of complexity and expected realism, right? And that's something that you can't take a chance on. Is just if there's an avatar that's half there that just doesn't even work, or if it's not speaking properly or moving properly, or the features are not coming together properly. So you've got to be really on top of being able to add avatars to WebXR experiences. That's for sure.
Yeah. In that case, we prefer to let the developer do this kind of work, this kind of customization work, and provide them all of the tools that we can provide in order to simplify this process of creating that.
Yeah, and I think seeing things like Ready Player Me, sort of a platform agnostic way for people to define their own digital bodies and provide those as resources to whatever platform allows that sort of integration. I think that's very webbish, right? That's
it's amazing. It's open and amazing to have. This is something the web has, and this is why I really enjoy working in this field.
Julia, are there any more audience questions? I'm brimming with questions, but if there are more,
go for it, Trevor. No, I think that's yeah. Please go ahead.
Great. One thing I've wondered about Babylon. I mean, obviously, you work within the context of Microsoft, which has, many different ways for XR and are active in the WebXR community groups in writing the specs. But within your team, what are the sort of things that you need from the standards community or you need from the wider development community to help you sort of take Babylon to the next step, to take it from where it is today to make it the excellent thing that I'm sure every member of your team has as a vision?
First, something small. Babylon is developed by Microsoft employees, but it's not entirely a Microsoft product. So it's it started by Microsoft employee, but as a wonderful hobby project that turns into a wonderful monster that is the Babylon JS today. I believe that the one thing I'm not missing that, but it would always be nice to be always informed in some form of a way of the changes that are coming, of the new things that are coming, and not it's quite scattered at the moment. All of the drafts and all of the specs are quite scattered. I know that it's a one huge GitHub repository, not single repository, of many different repositories, but it's kind of hard to be always ahead of the game. And so it would be wonderful to have some form of a unified, I would say, changelog or something like that. It will allow us in the framework to always walk together with the specs and not always chase the specs. This is something that will help not only us, but our developers as well, our users as well.
Yeah, that is not the first time I've heard that. It is definitely feedback that we need to take to heart. That's great. So another aspect of Babylon that I think is a little bit different than the other engines that I am familiar with anyway is the use of TypeScript. Mm-hmm. Have you found that is obviously there are technical reasons that make it helpful when building the engine itself, but when you have new developers come in as consumers of the library, are you finding that it's a barrier or a help, or sort of how does it fit into the web community when they land on Babylon?
Mm-hmm. First, we fully support JavaScript straight out of the box, so you don't have to use TypeScript when developing for Babylon JS. Using Babylon JS, we've been using TypeScript since 09 for the last 4 or 5 years, I believe. We love TypeScript. We think that it simplifies the development process enormously, and even things like Babel cannot simplify the process like TypeScript does. We encourage TypeScript, and all of our demos, the repository demos are usually written in TypeScript, but our playground is pure JavaScript. So you can decide if you want to use TypeScript or JavaScript. We mostly use the JavaScript version there. So we support both worlds, and we try to provide both worlds the best experience they can during their development. We hope people use TypeScript because we love TypeScript, but you don't have to.
Great. And do you think it's helped? I guess I've always just wondered whether or not when people land on it over time. I know TypeScript used to be a little bit mysterious for a lot of JavaScript developers. Are you finding that it's becoming less mysterious and people are just sort of more accepting of it?
I think so. I think libraries like Angular that suddenly started using TypeScript and rewritten everything in TypeScript it's one example, and the typings, the typings declaration that are available for every framework nowadays kind of make TypeScript a bit more familiar. And the fact that also TypeScript and the ES, who knows what ES version we are currently, they're kind of unified eventually. So the browsers are catching up with TypeScript as well, and it's helping adaptation of TypeScript, and it's helping show that you could have used this feature earlier and in a nice easy way, but right now you can use it playing in JavaScript. It kind of leads people towards TypeScript, I believe. Every project I start, small or big, it's always the first thing I install is TypeScript because it's so much easier and so much structured to build a TypeScript project. So I recommend always start with TypeScript.
Great. Julie,
I think we have, yeah, there's one question that didn't make Slido, but somebody's asking, is there a web stack you'd recommend for Babylon, like React or Babylon, etc.?
Like, if we're talking about front-end stack, there is a community member that created a wonderful Babylon React connection that also works with WebXR. We don't support that natively. The team doesn't support that. It's a community member, but it's being continuously developed. This is something I would recommend if you're looking for this kind of thing. If you're looking for the integration with React, that's the best library to start. There is also a Vue Babylon JS integration that is in the works. Again, not by us, by community members. We don't have anything that we provide. The team itself. And other than that, I always personally, very personal opinion, I always prefer to work just with Babylon. I don't like integrating the render loop in other frameworks, so React, for example. But of course, I understand the need for that, and I understand the need for the structure, and it is possible. You just either need to implement that yourself or use such a external as the Babylon React library.
And again, it comes back to the community, right? The community that comes up with, as I always say, right now we need templates. We need things to, understand what works out there already so that we're not all starting from scratch. And it sounds like that you've already got a great community that's supporting your work. Where
amazing.
can they?
The community is amazing, really.
Yeah. And I guess where do people find the community of Babylon? Do you have a Discord channel? Do you have a Slack channel?
We have a forum, a very active forum, forum.babylonjs.com, where anyone can sign up and write us. And again, the team members are always there. We are daily there, at least daily, probably more than daily. And we try to answer questions as fast as possible and thorough as possible. Bugs or feature requests, everything is being presented in the forum, and it's always amazing to see how wonderful and nice the community can be.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Well, that's a great way to end this segment, I think, isn't it, Trevor?
Yes. Thank you.
Another community driven as well. Thank you so much for joining us today and giving us your time and knowledge to share with the community.
Thank you for inviting me. It was a pleasure.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I think that concludes this session, and then we've got one more coming up. I think we're just waiting for. We've got Dave Hill from Oculus Browser, who's going to talk to us about Oculus Browser and immersive web. So we're just waiting for him to appear backstage, and then we'll jump into that. And then we've got, and then we've got a couple of live presentations and a fireside chat coming up, and a special presentation, plus an after party. Party just keeps on going.
Yeah, I think what we'll do is we have a pre-record from Dave, and then we'll come back on. I'll come back on and we'll do some Q&A with him. He is backstage, I know, but the pre-record will run in just a second. I had an opportunity to see it. I'm pretty excited about everyone else seeing it. Dave did a great job on it. And then, we'll roll into a couple of more sort of higher level conversations about virtual museums. And we'll have a chat with Diego about A-Frame. And then, a conversation with Active Theory. So it looks like we are ready to—
Hi, everyone. I'm Dave Hill. I'm the engineering manager supporting the Oculus Browser team at Facebook Reality Labs. I'm currently spending a lot of my time focusing on the WebXR developer ecosystem, working to make VR on the web an important part of the Oculus user experience, and to make Oculus Browser a viable VR platform for developers like yourselves. I'm going to cover two topics today. First, I want to talk about how we think about the WebXR developer ecosystem, where it is now, and where it's headed. And second, I'll talk about what we've got on our roadmap to help the WebXR developer ecosystem succeed. A year and a half ago, December of 2019, we shipped the first on-by-default version of WebXR in Oculus browser. Things have come a long way since then, but in a lot of ways, it's still early days. So what might the progression of the immersive web developer ecosystem look like? Here's my take on it. This may not be exactly right, but I think it's close, and it's a useful framework to explain how Oculus browser is thinking about our investments in this space. As a WebXR developer working in the emerging state of the ecosystem, you're still missing key tools, features, or frameworks that you need to build high-quality content. Core things just don't exist. By the time the ecosystem evolves to capable, it's possible to build high-quality content, but it's still very hard. You need a lot of specialized and low-level knowledge. You're really down in the details of grinding it out. At the same time, you do have the core tools and frameworks you need to be successful. Solid 3D rendering engines, frameworks or libraries that cover all the core functionality that you need, performance and debugging tools, and at least some approximation of the content creation and ingestion pipeline. Eventually, the ecosystem progresses to accessible. Accessible is how I would describe the native VR developer ecosystem today. There are mature frameworks like Unity and Unreal that meet almost all of your needs. There's a whole ecosystem of tools and content, outsourcing, training, developer support. Some of the complexity has been abstracted away. You still need to understand quite a bit about 3D and VR development, but there's a lot more already in place to help you succeed. You don't need to know all of the low-level details. And finally, eventually, you get to broadly accessible. VR development is accessible to all web developers. Almost all of the complexity and the need for specialized knowledge has been abstracted away. Developers can really just focus on the experience they're trying to build. Life is good. Now, you can make your own assessment of where you think we are in this journey. From my point of view, I believe we're still somewhere between emerging and capable. Things are a lot better than they were a few years ago. There are excellent 3D rendering engines and frameworks that provide the fundamentals of WebXR development, but there are also a lot of challenges. You still need to get down into the low-level details to build something performant and polished. You still run up against gaps in existing tools and libraries. You probably still find yourself building functionality from scratch that exists in a refined form in native frameworks like Unity and Unreal. On the Oculus browser team, we're focusing on areas where we think we can have an impact to help get things squarely into the capable realm. But how do we get there? So let's start with the digression. If somebody you knew was just getting into VR today, what are the essential games or experiences that you would tell them they need to check out? For me, Beat Saber is an obvious one. It's fun, it has broad appeal, and it's a game that you can really only truly experience in VR. I believe the key ingredient for the success of the WebXR ecosystem is that there are several must-have web-based VR experiences like that. Not necessarily games, but things that become a core part of most people's VR experiences. Mass market appeal, clear value in VR, polished and inspiring. Active Theory's Secret Sky event earlier this year was probably the closest thing yet that I've seen to this. It was beautiful and compelling. It had broad appeal. It had a clear better in VR hook, and it played to the strengths of the web. Experiences with that kind of quality and broad appeal are what we need in order to demonstrate that the web is a viable platform for VR. The more clearly we can show that, the more investment in the WebXR developer ecosystem we'll see. More investments in frameworks, more and better tools, more platforms and hardware supporting WebXR, and all of that in turn will lead to more developers building even better WebXR experiences, and that will start to drive a virtuous cycle in the ecosystem. So, where's the Oculus browser team focusing to try and get that flywheel moving? First of all, we're adding core WebXR functionality. We just shipped WebXR hand tracking. The Oculus browser team was deeply involved in contributing to the spec and driving to get this out to developers quickly. We also contributed hand models into the WebXR input profile library so that anyone can easily get hand tracking working in their WebXR app on any hand tracking enabled device. We're close to shipping support for WebXR layers. This feature enables high quality, high performance display of video content by providing access to compositor layers. Video streaming is a core strength of the web, and compositor layers really allow it to shine in WebXR. Compositor layers also unlock quality improvements and performance gains in a variety of other scenarios. And then building off of compositor layers, we're really excited about the possibility that something like DOM layers will unlock. Now, this one's on a longer timeline. It's not even part of the WebXR spec yet, but the goal is to bring the power of DOM-based UI into your immersive WebXR experience. I think this will be a game changer. 2D UI is one of the web's superpowers, and this will light up functionality in WebXR that would be hard to match in a native VR engine. We're also making investments in developer documentation. Look, building VR apps is hard, even if you're a native developer. We're working to publish best practices and guidance on how to build high-quality, high-performance experiences when running an Oculus browser. In the current state of the WebXR developer ecosystem, this kind of low-level information is critical to building great experiences. We're also working on updating and improving the breadth of WebXR development or documentation available on the Oculus developer website. Also, Facebook recently joined Open Web Docs as a lead funder, and the Oculus browser team helped to make that happen. We plan to advocate for investments in documentation that will benefit developers targeting browsers on all XR devices, including Oculus Browser. Oculus has learned a lot about supporting native VR developers, and the Oculus browser team is working to adapt those learnings to benefit web developers, particularly when it comes to developer tools. A great example of this is the Oculus Developer Hub. This tool was created specifically to address workflow pain points of native developers, and it turns out to be just the ticket for web developers too. You can easily turn off the proximity sensor so your headset doesn't go to sleep if you set it on your desk. You can use ADB over Wi-Fi to test and debug your headset without a USB cable plugged in the side of your head. And you can create custom commands to streamline your workflow. What's more, we just added our first web developer-focused feature to it. You can now send URLs from your laptop direct to Oculus Browser. Another tool that we've been working to enable for web developers is RenderDoc for Oculus. Now, there are still a few rough edges to work out here, but this is an invaluable tool for graphics debugging and understanding graphics performance. RenderDoc will allow you to capture a frame of your experience and view the state of the graphics pipeline for each draw call. And even more so, and beyond that, it also provides call-by-call performance breakdown so you can easily identify which specific draw calls are impacting your performance the most. That last feature is incredibly valuable. Almost every time I crack open a RenderDoc trace, I'm surprised to see which objects are actually the most expensive to render. It's never the ones you think it's going to be. Profiling really is the first and most important step in optimizing, and RenderDoc is a great tool for that. We're also supporting the individuals and teams who are jumping into the deep end today and building and shipping experiences on WebXR and Oculus Browser. We did a first round of developer research earlier this year and received a ton of great feedback, both around developer friction and also around user experience gaps and frictions that impact WebXR developers indirectly. As an example of that, I mentioned that we made it easier for developers to send URLs to their headset using ODH. But that was an easy, low-hanging fruit workflow improvement, and we're happy to ship it. But we know that Oculus Browser users face that same friction getting URLs into their headset, and that friction matters even more to WebXR developers. Addressing user-facing issues like that is also part of our focus. We're working to respond to all the feedback that we gathered, and we'll likely run another round of research later this year. In the meantime, if you're building a WebXR app or framework, please reach out. We learn almost as much from developers reaching out with questions as we do from our more structured research studies. It provides an incredibly helpful signal on where we have gaps and where we can do better. Lastly, we're working to get our hands dirty building some WebXR experiences ourselves. We just added WebXR hand support to 3D and 360 photos on Facebook.com, and we're looking to build more content in the coming months. Our goal here is to develop more informed points of view on best practices, pain points, and functionality gaps, and share what we learn with the WebXR developer community as samples, best practices, or whatever makes the most sense. Looking at all of this, you can see how we're prioritizing our investments to help move the developer ecosystem towards that capable state. We're focused on filling in key gaps for developers and users, and on providing the tools and documentation necessary to dig into the low-level details that developers need to grapple with in order to build great VR experiences today. We believe we're focused on the right things to help move the ecosystem forward, but we're also conscious of the fact that this is an evolving space and that we have a lot to learn. So if you have feedback, we want to hear from you. I talked earlier about how showing off great WebXR content is a key to advancing the developer ecosystem, and we have a great platform from which to do that. Oculus Browser is one of the most used apps on the Quest platform, and a lot of people see the new tab page every day. We use that surface to showcase immersive web content we think our users will enjoy, and we're always on the lookout for great content to feature. If you have a WebXR app that you think we should consider, please tell us about it. You can find a submission form at the URL listed on the slide, and we recently updated and published some guidance on what we'll look for when evaluating content submissions to make the process more understandable. And you know what? Even if you have an experience that's not quite there yet, please consider submitting it anyways. We may be able to provide feedback and advice to help you get it over the finish line. And with that, I'll wrap it up. I'm excited about how far WebXR has come, and I'm even more excited about where it's going. I look forward to seeing the amazing experiences that you're going to build. And if there's anything we on the Oculus Browser team can do to help you be successful, please reach out. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the summit.
Hello, Dave.
Hey.
It's good to see you again.
Hi, Dave.
Yeah, thanks, you too. Hello.
Thanks for joining us today. We just have a couple of quick questions. Yeah, and one of them is about WebXR's web speech API and the support around voice input, and if you've got any feedback there that you'd like to share.
So it's not something that's currently on our roadmap. Obviously, we support kind of the core microphone APIs, that kind of thing. We haven't really looked into speech yet. I think it hasn't come up a lot. So, I think folks have my email address. Like, it'd be good to kind of hear more like what people are thinking about that, and help us understand how to think about prioritizing it.
The only way you'll know is if people ask, right?
Yeah.
All right. Somebody's asking if will there be a plugin or extension support in the Oculus browser in the future?
It's a great question. Again, this one comes up a lot. We always get this, especially around things like password managers. It's a tough one technically. So Oculus Browser is based off of the Android version of Chromium. There's no extension support on Android Chromium right now. And so it's a fairly big lift for us to figure out how to kind of get that in there. So we're thinking about it, but it's not coming in the immediate future for sure.
I'm sure it's in your roadmap somewhere.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Last question. Do you have anything to share on web payments in the Oculus browser? That was something somebody else asked.
Yeah, so this is again, we've heard this a bunch. We are looking into it. I think both through the lens of like, can we just make it easier to kind of have your credit card in there, as well as like, is there something, kind of more fully into web payments? We know it's a pain point. Don't really have anything kind of concrete to announce right now, but yeah, definitely hear the feedback loud and clear, and we'll hopefully have more to share there in the future.
All right. Well, I think that's a great way to end. Thank you for taking those questions. I know so many people have questions about Oculus, right? So thank you so much for being here today on behalf of the WebXR Developer Summit and the team. Thank you for joining us.
Cool.
All right. Thanks, Dave. Hi, Keith. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. It's great to be here.
Yeah, great. I'm going to step out. Trevor's going to do a bit of an introduction, and I'll be setting up the Slido for any questions about your presentation.
Awesome.
Yeah, Keith, thank you so much for being here. I'm really excited. When we were looking at the schedule, we tried to have a mix of course, the lower level, sort of deep in the browser, but then also all the way up through, why are those things even important? How do those things manifest themselves into the world? And I think building a virtual museum is a great example of how, the technical decisions sort of down the stack sort of make their way up into experiences like you've been creating. So I'm very excited about hearing what you have to say today.
Oh, awesome. Well, thank you. And I've watched all the talks, and it's been so amazing today just to see everybody and learning so much about this thing that I really like learning about.
I'm glad to hear that. Well, I will duck out and I will turn it over to you.
All right. All right, there is my talk. So it is called Building a Virtual Museum, Having Fun and Also Getting Paid. So who am I? I'm Dr. Keith Chan. I teach biological anthropology in community colleges in the San Diego area. So this topic involves a lot of things. It's things related to human biology, human evolution, genetics, and it goes into monkeys and apes and fossils. So it's a lot of stuff that I really like teaching. And through learning how to teach biological anthropology, I've made this thing called Anthropometron. So what is that? In short, is a virtual anthropology museum. And it's accessible from VR headsets, of course, which is the most immersive experience, but it's also accessible on desktop browsers and even smartphone browsers. And even though with a small screen, you'd think that people wouldn't like it, but people actually do like that. They say it's like they're filming the museum, which I never thought of it that way before. So the main features, there's two things I like to include. One is a set of scale models of primates, both modern day and prehistoric. So you see some there in the centerpiece of the museum. The other thing I include is a set of grabbable artifacts and skulls, again, of different primates. And it really, especially in VR, when you actually pick up these things and compare them and look at them from all angles, that is a really great experience. There's some pictures from around the museum. Of course, I encourage you to visit it after this summit is over. There's cute modern primates like tarsiers. These are some of the artifacts. They show different stone tool styles, and you can pick those up in VR, swing them around. There's other artifacts like pottery, and I include other information, such as this painting of these extinct woodpeckers, which are also what is engraved on that pot. So really finding resources, which I'll get into, to really tie in these different items. There are also prehistoric primate models. So there's no primate like this living today, but you can see what a prehistoric proconsul could have looked like. And more side content is a model I found, and talk about that later, of a castle in Spain, and it's related to a actual human burial. There's a burial of a knight that was found in there, and you can see that model, and then you can see the castle where he was buried. So why did I do all this? Well, there's a few reasons. It goes all the way back to 2015 when I started teaching biological anthropology. I was really frustrated that I couldn't convey the scale of things, like how tall is Lucy, how large is a howler monkey, that I just use my hands and it doesn't really help. And I kind of didn't know either. Like, I've never seen one in real life. And so it's hard for me to convey that information. There's things like this cardboard cutout, which helps, but there's only so many of those. There's that picture of me with a gorilla stand up, and there's only so many of those. And so I was really frustrated with this thing I just couldn't really convey in my class. So a solution came up in May of 2019 when I got an Oculus Quest. It was on release because it's near my birthday, which is in the end of May, in a few days. And it really blew me away. Like, this is a great VR device. And I did things like use the Wander app, where you can go into these Google Street View scenes as presented in VR. So this is a natural history museum in Vienna, Austria. And it's so cool looking. I spent hours in these museums while also being where I live. So I got thinking, what if I made my own museum? It wouldn't be as cool as this one, as photorealistic, since that's actual photos. But what if I can make my own museum that's tailored for my course? By August 2019, I'd done enough online research for the available tools out there where I could start working on my own virtual museum. And so that's when I started the Anthropometron project. I worked on it for a semester, and it was released at the start of 2020. Of course, I have to mention another event that happened around then. By March, the pandemic had really hit and really influenced lives across the world. And it made museums like this inaccessible to everybody. So the virtual space really took off in importance and in people's minds due to the pandemic. It made me work harder on this as my outside time was suddenly limited. All right, so this section and what this talk is gearing towards is how to make your own museum. Because I found that the tools were actually very accessible and the process was very enlightening. So to sell you on this idea, why make your own virtual museum? There's a few reasons, especially if you're an educator. One is it makes you better at education, that you enhance the classroom education and enhance online education as well. You can convey things you couldn't otherwise with what you had just in a typical classroom. For Anthropomortron, sometimes I do bring in the VR headset, especially to office hours, but I also just show it on a projector, and just from that view, they get a sense of how large and small these different items are. It also increases the accessibility of this information. If you have one of these devices, or you can get your hands on one of these devices, like through the school's library, then you can browse this museum and hopefully learn from it. Now, there's other benefits. It's fun. I've had a great time in the past 2 years working on this museum. It taps into this investigative element of fun where I get to read scientific papers about slow lorises, which I'm trying to model right now. That doesn't sound fun to a lot of people, but it's fun digging into this information that scientists have discovered. Maybe more relatable is I get to see every slow loris picture that's on the internet. So that's also a great use of my time. And there's also another element of the fun, which is the creative side. So making my own slow loris model based on these pictures, based on scientific reports, and seeing that progress. All right, so how did I make it? If you're attuned to different web frameworks, you might kind of see some resemblance in this to A-Frame. So A-Frame is an open source web framework that puts VR in web browsers of different devices. The main site is aframe.io, and from there, they have really easy to follow tutorial layouts, this A-Frame school. You can see the specific link there, and it guides you through the basics of having your own scene. Going to a place to host it called glitch.com. There was a mention of them early on today, and having your own playground is literally a playground where you can play with the objects there and add things of your own, like I have done there. So going back to these 3 cylinders, I said it might look familiar because it looks like that starting A-Frame scene. I just changed those shapes to cylinders, and I made them the height of different prehistoric primates, and I was super pleased with myself already at that stage. All right, so if you want more than cylinders in your museum, there's some sources of models that you could tap into. One is the expanding set of Creative Commons models that are out there. So there's 3 main places. And I should mention that Creative Commons is this type of licensing where creators of items put it up for use on the internet with some rules to follow, like citations and promise not to monetize them and things like that. So it's per object, but it allows you in some way to use other people's work in a totally legal manner. So the 3 big places are Sketchfab. My mini factory has this program called Scan the World, where people have scanned a lot of cultural heritage items, a lot of wonderful looking statues, especially in there. And the Smithsonian Institution has their own open access collection where some of their items they have scanned, and they have 2D images as well that are available to be used. And see this array of objects. These are all Creative Commons items found somewhere on the internet, and that represent things I talk about in my course. Another source is my own models, and that means you can make your own models as well. This gets into Blender, and Blender's had a few mentions today, and as always, it's followed with, it's kind of difficult to get into. Well, there's a solution for that, which is YouTube tutorials. For basically anything you need to do with Blender, any dream you have of 3D modeling, there's at least 3 tutorials that address that topic. So for my goals, there is a tutorial for low poly animals, and I followed that over and over, and I worked along with it. So this is just going through that process of having photo references and sketching out the shape, getting more and more details in, putting it in my scene to see how it looks there, and then, as they say, finish the rest of the owl to the finished product. And with tutorials like this, it really helps because people have spent a lot of time recording these things, and they're really good at conveying how to get Blender to do exactly what you have in mind. So on to some logistics of making your own museum. Let's talk about money for educators, because while I do find a lot of joy making this museum, it's nice that there's some material gain as well. So there's some sources of funding for this that is typical to educational institutions. One is professional development money. So this is, if you're an educator, you know, at the start of every semester, you have to do a certain number of hours of things like meetings and other things that are there to enhance your teaching ability. And so this enhances your teaching ability. And my school, MiraCosta College, they have been very welcoming in my idea of getting funding to work on this project and build it up over semesters. There's another possible source, which is just a general teaching fund that departments may have, that you have to write a short proposal to the chair of your department about getting some funding for resources. So if you want to take a paid course for Blender or A-Frame, which those are out there as well, and you think those will help you, then you can get funding for that, books as well. I don't know about shooting for the VR headset, but go ahead and try. All they can say is so some caveats to getting funding is that this isn't really extra money. Like, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme for educators to get into VR, but this is pay you have gotten otherwise for professional development. So you're choosing, instead of getting paid to watch meetings, you might have seen them all already if you've been at school for a while, then you're choosing to work on this side project to enhance your teaching. And also the pay may not match the effort. So it goes strictly by the hour of professional development. You might have Cylinder World, which is cool, but you probably won't have super detailed models and a lot of bells and whistles, as they say. So I'm not telling you how to switch career paths to be a 3D modeler, but there's something to add to your educational career path.
Keith,
so some tips I have.
Keith, thank you so much. We're coming up towards the end. Do you have a summary or?
Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
I try a new setup and there's no timer. So thanks for telling me. So there's some tips that you can read. And in conclusion, the VR is a really great space to get into and for developing skills and educating students about any kind of topic, not just biological anthropology. And people are super nice. There's a lot of resources out there that you can get into. All right, so go ahead and get started. And thank you very much. And I'll take any questions.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Yeah, I was just going to say, I've tried this and it's amazing. I think it was one of the first WebXR experiences that I tried. Ben Irwin took me in, and I thought it was so good. Before we pass over and introduce you to Diego, quick question: have you had any students try out your experience yet? Because that was one of the questions.
Oh, yeah? Awesome. Yeah, I have students do it as an extra credit exercise, because depending on their access to devices, I've had good feedback. And some students are into 3D modeling themselves. So that gives us something further to connect to and talk about our own experiences doing that.
Amazing. Thank you so much on behalf of the WebXR Developer Summit team for joining us here today, and from the community for sharing your knowledge and presentation. And I guess this is a good way to, hello, Diego, how are you?
I'm doing
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great. All right. Yes, absolutely.
Awesome.
I think what will happen next is Diego, we will roll the the recorded fireside chat that we originally recorded, and then you and I will come back on and we'll take some questions from the audience. So I will see you on the far side of the recording.
Okay.
Diego, hello. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you
for having me. Where are you located right now? Where are you?
I'm in San Francisco. It's a beautiful morning, so the lighting in the room is nice. Good timing.
Excellent.
For a video call.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Seattle and probably experiencing the same weather pattern. It's nice here as well. Yeah, it's It's an exciting day here at the WebXR Developer Summit, and I really appreciate you being here to talk to us about A-Frame and your experience on the immersive web in general. I know that a lot of people look to you as one of the original people working in this space, in this sort of wave of the immersive web that we're experiencing right now. So hearing your perspective on where we are today and where we're going to tomorrow is great. I saw recently that you are working on T-shirt designs for the community. What's going on with that?
Yeah, we have to find ways to make the project sustainable, and I always trying to find ways to to make the project sustainable and also making it fun for people, because I love T-shirts, and yeah, we have a new design for a new T-shirt, and hopefully people like it and buy it, and most important, I hope people like wear it. So when we release a T-shirt, what I like to people is like not only buy it, but like post pictures of it, and when I see some people in an event with a T-shirt, I was like notice, and I go to them and say, hey, it's cool T-shirt.
So Diego, I know that you've seen a lot of developers come and go into the A-Frame community. I know that you were there at the beginning as it was being formed, and then you've seen it evolve into something that seems much bigger than the original idea in some ways. How do you feel that the community has changed over time in terms of what they're bringing to the table, their experiences in the past, like compared to when you started? What are you seeing today that is new in that community?
So many changes, but I think that the community still remains pretty grassroots, and yeah, it's individual developers that they show interest in the technology and they decide to get involved, and they will just want to create something and share it with the world instantaneously on the web. It's one of the magic. It's part of the magic of the web. Like, you can share anything, you tweet about your link, and everybody can see it instantaneously. And the community remains, like the spirit of the community remains pretty much the same, but we've seen like a hardware evolution. At the very beginning, like TK1s were rare to come by, and Google released the original cardboard device, this piece of cardboard with two lenses that you could slide your phone in and do some basic VR. So we saw a lot of people getting into VR through those very, very cheap devices. And then as hardware became like more available and more affordable, we saw like the evolution of developers taking advantage of the capabilities of the new hardware. And today, finally, we have like very affordable and capable like 6DoF standalone headsets. And we see like developers going crazy, taking advantage of those new capabilities in hardware. So yeah, the community and the content we see evolve as the hardware evolve, and but I think the spirit of the community remains the same. I don't know if this answers your question.
Sure, completely. Along those lines, I know that I think since I started tracking WebVR and now WebXR, I've always been impressed that the A-Frame community is just rapidly iterating. Every time I glance back, it seems like there's somebody working on a whole new category of component for the framework, or they're doing something that nobody intended originally. It just wasn't an expected use case. So looking forward a little bit, what are the sort of extensions or evolutions that you expect the A-Frame platform to take as we go into the next 2 or 3 years?
Yeah, so my goal is always like, as soon as there's a new device available, I just want to incorporate as fast as I can. So give it like an opportunity for anybody in the community to experiment. So I like to always be on top of new devices and also new APIs. Nothing has worked really, really well. Like the communication with different browser vendors and different developers and different companies has been very nice. So whenever I see or read about a new spec, I just reach out, hey, when are you planning to release this new API? And then they give me all the info, and then I can anticipate and have the code prepared so the community can benefit as fast as possible. So yeah, it's continuing that process. It's like, oh, we want to A-Frame to be the playground for all new devices that come into the immersive space.
New hardware, definitely. You know, all the library sort of developers that I talk to there, it's obviously sort of a constant churn of new hardware. Actually, I think just recently, WebXR on in Edge on HoloLens 2 is, you know, it's no longer behind a flag. It's not in the developer preview. Like when you get a HoloLens 2 now, you just get Edge that has full-featured WebXR, and you know, it's one of those things where I think a lot of library writers, you know, that's very different than an opaque VR headset, and so changing the library so that they handle see-through immersive AR in addition to sort of the opaque displays of VR headsets is one of the things that they're just on top of, and I've been really impressed with the community.
Yeah, you have new hardware, and also you have new APIs that expose existing capabilities of the existing hardware. And so recently we have the hand tracking API that the Oculus browser released. I've seen like some interesting work happening on for mobile-based AR. There's a new raw camera API that is going to expose the camera feed to applications, so we can do computer vision on device. So that's I'm thinking about how to incorporate that in A-Frame, and we can expose that functionality in a way that is usable for the community. Yeah.
Oh, interesting, right? So it's not just the physical devices that change; it's the access to those physical devices that change as well.
There's more and more capabilities that were only available for native applications that are now exposed to the web too. And we have to incorporate those in the A-Frame APIs.
Interesting. Along the lines of sort of higher level capabilities, I know that there's been some releases for networking libraries like Normcore, which is a big Unity-based multi-user replication library. I know they announced recently that they are porting a lot of their code over so that it can be used in the context of the web. Do you see some of these sort of not hardware specific and not really definitely specific to a single use case, but do you see any of these sort of higher level but big chunks of capabilities coming down the line for A-Frame?
So the network A-Frame is one of the largest communities. So A-Frame community like grows so much that you can find even like sub communities within A-Frame. And one of the largest and most active communities within the A-Frame community is the network A-Frame. It's a network A-Frame is a component to do real-time applications. And Mozilla Hubs started using network A-Frame. I think they have their own fork right now with a lot of modifications on top, but they started using network A-Frame.
Got it.
And there's a super active community on that space. That I know Normcore, so it's kind of like they overlap. But yes, what you mentioned, like Normcore it's more like a Unity prefab or plugin for native applications, and we can say that network A-Frame is the equivalent of Normcore, but for A-Frame and WebXR.
I see.
Yeah.
Are there other big chunks like that? The one that springs to mind is like a common digital body system with that does all the sort of hard work of converting the raw tracking information and the raw sort of hand API input information and the upcoming standards for facial expression tracking, things like that. Is the A-Frame community sort of working on a common standard for another big chunk like that, even if it's not specifically digital bodies?
Like facial tracking, as far as I know, there's no API still exposed in the browser to do facial tracking. Is what you meant, like facial tracking or other things like? I
was just talking about it. Body tracking is one example, but network and replication is another example. But these sort of higher level chunks that everyone who wants to do a certain kind of application has to implement. I mean, that's the bread and butter of A-Frame, right? Is making it so that you can just very easily
Yeah.
plug in these big sort of capabilities.
Yeah, there's several libraries that have been popular over time to do gesture recognition or incorporate like for example hand input So we've seen like right now kind of things are consolidating to the 6DoF input controllers, but as we evolved, like we had 3DoF controllers with the Oculus Go, and at the same time we had the Oculus Touch or the Vive controllers that were 6DoF. And now we also have hand tracking. So there's been like libraries like Super Hands, for example, that tries to expose like an API that aggregates all these different inputs and through a common API. So you can easily incorporate in your applications. Another of the big communities that grow in popularity recently is the AR community. That is kind of like there's several solutions that coexist, because WebXR, the AR extensions or AR modules for WebXR are still not, is mostly an Android thing so far. So if you want to cover iOS devices, then you have to use different solutions. And like ARJS and A-Frame combined, so they allow you to do AR, marker-based AR, and geolocated AR too. And that you can do in a cross-platform manner because you have a location API both on iOS and Chrome, and you have access to the camera in both operating systems. So you can do some basic computer visions to recognize markers. So the ARJS community is another of those sub-communities within A-Frame focused on AR. That's another example.
What would you like to see from the wider community, the browser implementation teams, the library, some of the lower level library teams, the tool chain people who are doing things like WebAssembly, in order to sort of bring A-Frame to whatever you think sort of the next step is in its place in the immersive web, what would you like to see from those teams that would help your community get to where they need to go, where they want to go?
I want to move fast, and I'm very happy right now with the Oculus browser team. They're actually churning out like a lot of new APIs and releasing implementations really, really fast, because there's been always the impression like the web is always lagging behind. Like when there's a new capability on native, it takes years for the web to benefit from it. And I would like to reduce that gap. So the perception from the web is like, oh, like if there's a new feature on the hardware I want to use, the web is already there, ready to go if I want to use it and benefit from it.
Got it.
And Oculus browser, they've been like doing an excellent job as, okay, we have right now hand tracking, let's expose it to the web. Excellent job. And I would like all the rest of the browsers to actually match that speed. And I think overall the web ecosystem will be much healthier if we are able to evolve quicker.
For sure.
That's coming from the browser vendors. Like follow the example of the Oculus browser guys. But to be fair, like on the AR side of things, and the Chrome team has been doing like an excellent job too. I was mentioning the raw camera API, and they've been like exposing a lot of new capabilities on the AR side of things. But that's Chrome exclusive. So that's browser vendors is the main missing piece is Apple and iOS. And I hope the WebKit people embrace WebXR sooner than later, and then it will be the dream, right? We will be able to WebXR, the AR aspects of WebXR will be a reality once both Chrome and iOS are covered.
Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate you making the time to talk to this community and for all of the work that you've done to date. You obviously have been instrumental in making the current boon of immersive web creators and tools happen. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for organizing. This is a lot of fun, and yeah, looking forward to see the rest of the sessions.
Excellent. We made it. We're on the far side.
We made it. Yeah,
thank you for coming back in. And Yeah, it's good to see you as well. Have you had a chance today to watch any of the sessions or see what everyone's up to?
I was hands down working on something, so I haven't had a chance to. I hope I can see the recordings later.
Yep, YouTube and Twitch, I think, will both have recording.
I upgraded my T-shirt game between the recording.
Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, very nice. Excellent.
Old school.
Well, it looks like we do have some questions from the audience. First question is, are there any plans to move more external components into the core of A-Frame? For example, super hands with a controller input abstraction layer.
Not at the moment. Like A-Frame core goal is to be as small as possible to keep the code quality as high as possible as well. And the idea is that A-Frame core provides the minimum basics to get you going, and then it relies on the community, the component community, for additional functionality. At the end of the day, it's a limited, as maintainers, it's a limited bandwidth that we have to maintain code. And at the end of the day, A-Frame is a community project. So I think in the long term, if there's just like a few maintainers carrying the weight of the most important components, it's going to become a bottleneck. So it's much better kind of to distribute the load and so we can help each other to grow the ecosystem.
Which is one of the upsides of it being structured as a component system. I think that's one of the reasons A-Frame has picked up so much from compared to other toolkits where it doesn't fall on just one person to do it all. You've created an extensible framework. It looks
exactly.
like
So one side is the personal stress and responsibility, and the other side is kind of there's only 24 hours in a day, so people end up becoming a bottleneck. Yep. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
It looks like a lot of people in the audience have upvoted the question of where can they get that shirt? Where did that come from?
The T-shirt, it's the first time I wear it. This T-shirt was sent to me by a friend. I don't know where they got the image or anything. So I can give you his contact if you wanna ask him.
Where can they go to get the A-Frame shirts? I think I've seen 2 or 3 of them show up on the stream earlier today. Various versions of the A-Frame shirts.
So go to Cotton Bureau. I think I pinned the tweet on the A-Frame AVR account. So yeah, go to the Twitter A-Frame VR account, and I think it should be at the top. It's the Cotton Bureau link, or I can provide the link. I don't know if you're gonna share some notes about the session. I can provide the link so people can find it later.
We can tweet it out after the event. For sure. I would love to encourage people to support the A-Frame project via T-shirt and code.
Yep, and GitHub sponsors if you have some dollars to spare. Everything will be appreciated.
Yeah. And so we covered it a little bit in the session, but I just, one of the common themes of today is about looking forward a few years. And so one thing I wonder is, in 5 years' time, when you look back on what we as the community have done and what we have enabled, what would you like to be able to say that the community pulled together and really made happen in order to get the immersive web where it needs to be?
Sorry, I think, can you repeat the last part? I think.
Yeah, like if in 5 years' time, if you're looking back to today or the next year or so, what do you hope that the immersive web community as a whole does to make the immersive web the place that you want it to be personally?
Yeah, in 5 years from now, I hope we have much better content and much better tools. Yeah, like A-Frame is just a stepping stone for the next thing. And what I want to see in 5 years, more people creating content. not only creating content, but content that is used by others. Because yeah, we need both the content and we need both the users to make a sustainable ecosystem. And I think yeah, like I hope we can make tools much better that brings much more developers to participate. Yeah, I think it's gonna be it's a necessity, because right now I think VR development in particular is still kind of depends too much on video game development skill set. And if you can provide like higher level tools to create content, it's going to be more more accessible for more people. And I hope we can say that in 5 years time.
It looks like we have another audience question.
Yeah.
When components are added to A-Frame by the community and there's a new revision of A-Frame, a major update, are the components generally backwards compatible?
Not necessarily. I think there's some ideas to improve the versioning of A-Frame to make sure that people understand when there's a potential breaking change and whatnot. I think we can do a better job on that front. But yeah, components. So A-Frame relies on 3JS, and 3JS moves very, very quickly. And there's often times where all the APIs are deprecated. And if components rely on that API, then it's going to break. So is the backwards compatibility is not guaranteed, but on our side, we have to make a better job communicating what those breaking changes can happen. So yeah, like for example, like having like using like minors and major versions of A-Frame in a way that people expect, right? Like a major version could bring like breaking changes. A minor version is kind of bug fixes and small improvements. I don't know if that's answered your question.
I think so. Yeah. I mean, right. It's the. I think all of the frameworks have this balance, is that the underlying structures are moving so quickly that at the same time that backwards compatible is obviously important, and breaking people's apps is obviously not the goal. But on the other hand, there are these new capabilities and new even just shapes of APIs that are changing out from underneath the frameworks, and so you do what you can.
Yeah, we're also in a time like, yeah, exactly. We do what we can, and also people doing VR today, they have to remember that those are early days, and we are figuring things out still. So there's a lot of churn, and I don't know, like patience is a virtue, and I do what I can, and if people have ideas to improve, and also in the open source community, it's kind of, you have like a bunch of like a ecosystem of components, an ecosystem of maintainers, and yeah, people. There's only a few people that are full-time working on this. So yeah, we have to also be patient and understand, like, yeah, like if a component breaks, there might take some time for the maintainer to have some bandwidth and actually fix it.
I saw one question,
which is, you can always help.
Yes, that's the chorus of open source, is PRs are welcome.
Yeah. Yeah, always.
So I did see a question scroll by about Super Medium. What's happening with Super Medium?
Well, Super Medium is, we're still working. We have something brewing. We'll be announcing probably next week. Yeah, so you'll know soon.
Oh, we're just a little bit too early. But okay.
Yeah. It's we are gonna it's something web-based, something using A-Frame, and still like we are going like, want to make sure that everyone can use it. So from any screen, any device. So we are not focusing on VR this first iteration, but in the roadmap is we are planning to add VR and AR features to it. But at the beginning, we wanna make it as accessible as possible to everyone.
That's great. I look forward to next week. It looks like in the comments, in the questions rather, we have more around long-term support. Yeah, I think it looks like the community is definitely interested in things like long-term support versions to target. I think it's a common refrain, I think, for every framework, right, is that how do we move forward at the same time that we don't break everything that has gone before?
So if one thing that helps a lot, like creating a new library or a new piece of or a new component is hard, but it's very fulfilling. Like maintaining something long term is a really hard job. Like I would say, it's 10 times harder because like at the beginning you have all this steam, but after a few years, kind of like your interests diverge. So it's very hard like to be consistent. So all the love that you can give to your maintainers, all the praise, and treat them well, and I'm sure it will be helpful. It will contribute indirectly to the quality of the code and the maintenance.
For sure, yeah. I think that's a big difference I've seen between A-Frame, many of the other frameworks that are out there, and frankly, frameworks that I have written and abandoned, is that the A-Frame team has done, I think, which is a great job of maintenance and building it in such a way that it can be maintained. Both of those are very specific skills that I think are rare to find, and the existence of them has been one of the things that's led to A-Frame's uptick. So thank you.
Being there over time and maintaining is hard. It's hard.
Bless the maintainers. I think that's the other refrain of open source projects is PRs are welcome and thank your maintainers.
Nice back reports. Help with asking questions on Slack and Stack Overflow. All those things add up. We have there's a bunch of people like they're very active on Stack Overflow, and that's been like very, very helpful to make the A-Frame more welcoming, because a lot of frequently asked questions, they pop up on Google searches.
Oh, I see. That's one of the ways that the people enter the community is through Google searches that land on Stack Overflow.
Yeah, when you get stuck, you can always go to a Slack or Discord, but it's much better if you can find the answer to your own question on Google. Much better, much faster.
Great. Well, thank you so much both for showing up to do the earlier recording and for showing up again today to take questions. I think that it's great having the
thank you so much for organizing
the foundations of the immersive web here to talk, and I definitely think you're one of those people.
That's great. Thank you for organizing. It's a lot of fun. Let me know anything I can do to help.
Great. And so I'm beginning to see people show up. Julie and Sophia, hello.
Hi, Sophia, you made it. Yay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Diego.
And Diego,
so many people.
So many people. So many
people. Panel is rather large. This is the active theory community.
Yeah. Hi guys. Welcome.
Nice.
And
nice to meet you all.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Diego.
Okay. I will bow out and leave it to you.
Thanks, Trevor. And thanks for joining us, Julie, for this. I'm so glad you were able to make it. And I'm so glad I was able to make it for this. So most of you, thank you, Team Active Theory, for being here. And as you guys can see on the screen, we have a surprise after party in their Dreamwave platform. So thank you so much, Team Active Theory, for doing this for our community. We know we have a lot of people that are excited to do this. We're going to start with the interview that we did a couple weeks ago, and that will have the QR code for both the Slido to ask questions, as well as a QR code to register for the after party. We are capped at 200 people. So first come, first serve in registrations on Eventbrite, and an email will go out at 7:50 with the link to join the Active Theory after party, as well as the credentials to join. So we look forward to seeing you there after the summit.
Honored to have with us the creative and technical team behind the recent Secret Sky production. It was an all-day concert that debuted in WebXR with songwriter and performer Porter Robinson spearheading the vision and the curation of this Keystone virtual event. I'm looking forward to hearing insights from the team behind this event and learning about everything that was involved in making this vision come to fruition. So welcome, team Active Theory.
Hey, thanks for having us. Over the course of the year, we kind of like developed the Dreamwave platform, and then kind of when the second version of Secret Sky hit, we had the ability to create like these avatars that could run around multiple different environments. We could get the live stream directly into the feed. So you're kind of like bringing together all these different audiences for the first time, and it's just like really interesting to create these sort of like digital destinations where you don't really know what's going to happen, and we're kind of just like we're a part of this experience. You know, we're a part of this like this new form of connection between devices.
The reception to it and the press inquiries and everything was just like, wow, this is the thing. There's a real kind of desire here. There's a real opportunity to create kind of something that meets in the middle between like social media and gaming and entertainment. It's a little bit more of an art than a science. It is knowing like what types of shaders to use. Like we have processes built in that allow us to write shaders that before the shader compiles, it checks, you know, is this running on an old piece of hardware, and maybe it strips out, you know, a complicated noise algorithm in a shader, things like that. So a lot of that stuff is built in.
We're always pushing our work as far as we can in terms of performance. So we ended up building our own WebGL library. So I think the more that we can kind of like push it and squeeze out of the devices, the more like we can start to kind of like rival some like more games basically.
One of the members of our team kind of was just playing around on the weekend and came up with the ability to use Houdini to render lots and lots of avatars with like arms and legs, and they can all run independently of each other. So we kind of, you know, that's one example of how over the last year, the platform just got better and better. On our end, when it comes to like making a Dreamwave immersive event like this, it's very much like using Unity in the browser. I mean, I always say that it's the easiest thing to understand. It's not actually Unity. It's we built the entire thing from scratch. It is, you know, JavaScript the whole way down, custom WebGL renderer that lets us do lots of really crazy stuff with, you know, rendering so many avatars and things like that, but also a full featured level editor. So like Mo and Kimbo are able to literally make stuff in C4D and Houdini and then just bring it straight into the browser.
It really does feel like an extension of like whatever 3D software you're using. So whenever I'm like modeling an object or sculpting it in Cinema 4D or other software like ZBrush and such, just a few clicks you can export it and actually see it live within the context of the scene.
Some small wins that ended up making the shaders a lot more optimized for the whole experience were things like repeat textures that don't require as much storage but can pack more information, and kind of blending different textures together so that they create more detail at a close-up distance, but as well from a far away we can strip down things that we don't need. Like if you're on a mobile device, maybe making sure that a certain texture doesn't load.
One of the things that we also used, which is actually really interesting, was we used the video texture to power the lighting systems in the environment. If you remember the experience, it was kind of audio reactive to the visuals. What we did there was plugged in the video texture hundreds of times across all the environment, and because it had already sampled the texture, it was actually pretty performant. So it allowed us to create these like really dynamic lighting systems. So if you went into like the cube world, or if you saw the experience at night and had this kind of like really light up stage, all of those were just powered by the video. That was a really cool benefit from us, and I did not expect it to be performant. I assumed if I sampled that video texture hundreds of times, that would have a performance implication. It probably did, but not as much as I had initially thought. That was a really cool aspect.
To boil it down, it's a like node server that we wrote. You're broadcasting your position to that server at 30 frames per second. That server isn't even processing any of that data. It's not parsing the JSON. It's not doing anything. It's just receiving a chunk of JSON data about your position and orientation. And if you're in VR, your hand position and orientation. And it kind of is just using proper multi-threading with the latest version of Node. using shared memory. And what it does is it kind of just, you have a whole big server, lots of different cores, and each core has lots of different users' connections on it. And it's kind of just writing all that data into a big blob of data that represents all the users in the room at a given time. We rendered about 150 avatars, and each of those avatars is rendered with a single draw call. And we do little tricks, like we do the frustum culling and see like which ones are in your vision. And if it's not in your vision, it'll still not do any of the work in the vertex shader to apply the skinning animation. One of our artists figured out how to use Houdini to render, basically bake a skinned mesh animation. So in this case, a running cycle, bake that into a basically JSON data, right? It turns into a data texture. And so then what we're able to do is it's not just one skinned model, it can be many skinned models that can apply different frames of that animation, depending on where they are in the run cycle, at different times uniquely in the shader. So all the avatars, and there were 150 in Secret Sky, and I think we learned that we actually could have done more. We just kind of kept it a little bit safe, but we probably could have gotten up to 200 or so. On top of that, there's a lot of tricky interpolation that we do to make it look like, basically hide the latency. So the avatar legs running is a product of the velocity of an avatar that's moving through space. So that's why you don't get this like jumpy look. It's very much interpolated so that way the velocity kind of is smooth, and because the velocity is smooth and the legs are attached to that velocity, you very much see it like the person is actually running. You don't see them kind of skipping and jumping through space. What we've kind of always hoped to do over the years, and what we hoped especially now to really accelerate with Dreamwave, is kind of show the browser vendors that, hey, this is a thing people want on the web, and that they should prioritize performance for that. And a lot has happened over the last few years that have really made that better, but I think more so reliability and just steady frame rates. So yeah, we're all about the WebXR API and are kind of keeping up to date. We keep in touch with the developers at Oculus, kind of about what the kind of where it's going, what their current implementation of it is in the Oculus browser, and we do just basically are adding features to it as they come out.
Thank you guys for that awesome introduction. For those of you that have questions, please post them in Slido. And if you're lucky enough, maybe we'll post the link to the after party in one of the channels. So for those of you that didn't get a chance to register, have a chance to do that after sticking around for such a long day with us. So thank you so much. So we've covered a lot of the technical. I want to get into some of the business aspects of what you're doing. We've seen a few examples of how WebXR is great for enlivening virtual meetings, more as a B2B tool. Are brands envisioning ways to connect with consumer groups using this?
Yeah. I think definitely brands are thinking about, obviously always new ways to connect with their consumers. And I think that WebXR is clearly one of those places where they can start to explore it. It's less so though brands kind of coming to us and saying, can we have a WebXR experience? And more, as I guess historically we've done at Active Theory, like created kind of push technology ourselves and tried to kind of convince brands that it's a good idea to go there. And so I think 3D experiences, we've been building 3D experiences for a while now, building out these kind of environments, these universes where brands can connect with their consumers, and then enabling WebXR as a feature for them to connect, with their users through that 3D environment is kind of where we're going.
So Postmates had a small integration recently. How do you guys see brands building on this platform through other events or events of their own direct to consumer?
I think if you want to talk about like the type of value that brands can get out of it, which is probably why companies like Postmates are doing kind of experimental sponsorships, then you can see you can see some of the stats that we're getting from these experiences on the Dreamwave platform. We're seeing, for example, engagement of up to like 15 minutes. That's average engagement time. And if you think about that from a brand perspective, in terms of trying to engage with their consumers on the web, then that's really high value, right? You're getting 15 minutes potentially in a kind of virtual environment with your customers in a place like Secret Sky, where they're really there to have a great time and kind of hang out and just get exposed to some awesome content and music. So I think that the opportunity is definitely there for brands to connect, but they really just need, they need companies like us to kind of hold their hands on the way through. And then they also need to understand that it's not just like when you talk about, I guess, the Dreamwave platform that we're building, but and then WebXR as one component of it, then you don't just we don't just approach brands and say, okay, it's WebXR experience kind of straight up. It's more like an environment that we're building, or a world that we're building, and content from that world can be experienced on, like YouTube or Twitch, or people jump on Discord to chat together while they're in there. They also, obviously get live streams within the environment itself, and you can also jump in with a headset. And when you think about it from that perspective, that's where it really becomes kind of, they get the kind of aha moment where they're like, oh, right. So it's not kind of exclusively headset and something that people have to download, and it's like, no, it's kind of augmenting the experience by enabling a headset, by using a headset.
Yeah, absolutely. We're all about enabling accessibility across the board. Okay, so we have some questions coming in Slido. Do you guys have any tips for optimizing WebXR performance? Do you use the performance or profiling tool in the Chrome inspector?
Yeah, we have a lot of tips. Reduce draw calls as much as possible. Compress your textures. The Chrome inspector, it's pretty good, especially on Oculus Quest. I remember telling the Oculus team that it actually surfaced a detail in the way we were doing matrix calculations, and on every other device, like, it just wasn't even showing up in the burn chart, but the inspector on Quest kind of showed us that, hey, all these matrix calculations are showing up in the burn chart. They shouldn't be showing up because they should be so fast. And we found a way to optimize those because of that. So I find that to be pretty good. The problem with the Chrome inspector is that if your GPU usage is really, really high, like you're like, a good example is when we have like a 13-inch MacBook Pro from like 2013. Everybody knows the ones, the Retina ones that can barely run their own operating system. If you're trying to ask too much of the GPU, that's going to give you some false positives in the CPU, because the CPU is going to be waiting for the GPU. And so you're going to be like, oh, my CPU usage is really high, but it's a little bit tricky. Honestly, at this point with the tooling, some of it is just, a lot of it comes from experience. You kind of, like that scenario I just described, you kind of know, what to look for. But generally actually, honestly, the thing I find more than the performance tab is the profiler tab, because when you run the profiler tab, you'll get the actual, like, what code is running the most. And even though the burn chart is a little bit nicer to look at, I think sometimes the profiler will give you a bit more granular detail if you know what you're looking for. But other than that, it's kind of just like the common stuff of, like, as few draw calls as possible. Keep your shaders relatively simple. I mean, I know it's hard because it's something we fight here, where the artists want to make stuff that looks amazing, but then you end up with a bunch of noise calculations that are like dropping frame rate, and you kind of have to like play that balance. So I think hopefully there's more profiling tools in the future that are a bit more like things that could calculate how long a shader takes to render and that type of stuff. But as of yet, we haven't found anything that's particularly works for that case.
Awesome. So is anyone looking at smartphone mobile-based VR, since Google, Oculus, and Gear VR and Facebook had abandoned their offerings? What are you guys doing with mobile-based VR?
I mean, the Quest 2 is, Quest and Quest 2, that's mobile-based VR, I think. I think I saw something that Vive is kind of, working on a new headset. I'm sure more headsets will be coming out, which essentially, it's the evolution of that, right? So Daydream was quite literally take your phone and put it in your headset, or put it in like a viewer and put it on your head. Whereas like the new generation of like Oculus Quest 2 is the main example. The only example right now, really, but it's mobile. It's mobile phone hardware in a headset, so you're wireless. I don't think that we're going to see a return to putting a phone in a thing anymore, like Daydream. It's a bit of a bummer that Google kind of abandoned Daydream. I really liked it, a few years ago. I thought there was a lot of potential there, but Oculus has kind of picked up where they left off, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, I mean, well, good thing is we can still essentially use our mobile platforms to access both your experiences and other WebXR experiences. So we're good there from a 2D perspective at the very least.
Yeah.
So people without VR headsets can still get in and enjoy the shows.
For sure.
Okay. So what advice do you have? Okay. Do you have any tips for optimizing WebXR performance? Do you use, oh, I'm sorry. All of these questions are getting discombobulated. Okay. Okay. What advice do you have for scaling WebXR applications that rely heavily on real-time communication with multiple users?
Yeah. So this is honestly the hardest part of all of it, for the most kind of. Yeah, obviously you have to render stuff, but then you also have to track all the data of the avatars. The advice here is, you're going to have to write software that runs, on a server, and you're going to have design an infrastructure. I don't think there's really a plug and play kind of product out there that exists. Firebase, right? A lot of times, people will say, "Oh, do you use Firebase?" And no, we don't use Firebase just because the frequency of messages, right? You want to represent an avatar in, moving around as close to real time as possible. You're sending, the frequency is about 30 frames per second. You could get it down a little, 24, something like that. But, you'd be absolutely flogging Firebase, which is kind of built to scale a bit more, to scale without such a high frequency of messages. So it's a unique situation. We had to build like a server architecture and server software to handle this. And there's still a lot of interesting challenges, I think, that we still face, like trying to get people in the same server. Because once you do this at scale and you have hundreds of thousands of active users, but two users want to see each other's avatars and watch together, that's a challenge that we still have to figure out how to solve, because the traditional ways like Redis and load balancers and things like that, they fall apart because you can't, again, the frequency of data. So I would say, you're going to have to really research and build in that infrastructure space. And then for the actual RTC communication, like audio chat, there are existing services that exist that provide, like, basically as a service, the ability to connect and basically, one upload connects to their server per user, and then you get the downloads for all the other users you're video or audio chatting with. So you can probably just search like WebRTC as a service. A few things might show up there.
Yeah, no, awesome. So apparently our audience wants to hear more about you guys and your personal stories of who you are, how did you land in this space, why did you kind of land on WebXR as your medium and platform of choice, and tell us a little bit about how the Secret Sky project came about and why you guys decided to do this on WebXR.
Sure, yeah, I can kind of give an abridged version. We've kind of answered a lot of that over and over again. So if you're not familiar with Active Theory in our portfolio, we do web work, basically, innovative uses of web work. We started about 9 years ago. We started out doing like microsites, so a lot of that was like CSS based. A lot of our work was really rebreathed from the death of Flash. So we've always been really focused on like animation and storytelling, using web as kind of our medium. So we've done a lot of websites. We were one of the first shops to pick up WebGL, so we've had a lot of experience with WebGL and kind of squeezing performance out of WebGL. I think with a lot of our work, we're always just looking for kind of like really interesting and novel and just kind of innovative ways of using web technology. I think just as a fundamental, like, I guess, aspect of the company is we've always believed in the web as being the most frictionless way to connect people. You know, we don't want to build within walled gardens such as like Unity or platforms that have constraints. We'd rather be kind of like as close to the metal as possible. So we really feel like the web is just, it's that, you know, it's this most frictionless way to give content to people. So a lot of our work is really just about kind of connecting people together. Over the past year, we've been developing virtual live event experiences. A lot of that was because of what happened with the pandemic. And an aspect of that was the very first version of Secret Sky. The idea for Secret Sky was actually formed when I was like I went to some music festivals, some live stream music festivals, and it was like, the festival was like a video on Twitch and it would have like 40,000 people watching it and they would be like spamming in comments. And I think it really lacked any sort of social presence, any sort of like way to actually feel like there's 40,000 people watching it. Like that's a football stadium of people that are watching this live stream. So we're kind of thinking, well, we've been developing these tools and we've been developing these experiences. We have a lot of expertise. We can use that to basically add a social component to a live stream medium that's already happening. So Secret Sky was, you look at the very first Secret Sky, it was like little squiggles running around the box, basically, with a live stream running. The live stream wasn't even an actual live stream because we couldn't get that working at the time. It was a YouTube player in the corner. But that was almost like a really good proof of concept because it kind of showed that like people wanted this added social layer on top of live event experiences. You know, the act of like running around a space with other people is so different from the act of like sitting back and watching a 2D live stream. So from that, we like realized that there's a lot of potential in Secret Sky. And then over the course of about a year, we've done multiple different virtual events and built up a lot of really robust features, such as like avatars moving around, the ability to create multiple environments. And it's a really robust system now. So Secret Sky really benefited from a lot of that work. And so this version of Secret Sky was really trying to create like more of a sense of place, you know, actually give people an avatar and they can run around. We worked really closely with Porter, who we've done multiple projects with, and he had like he was really down to, we showed him Sundance and he was just kind of blown away at the level of fidelity that we can get with WebGL these days. Because a lot of the work I'd done with him previously was more abstract, it was a lot more artistic, but now it's like we can actually create virtual spaces with virtual avatars and actually feel like you're there and you can chat. So Secret Sky was that basically, like how do we kind of recreate a music festival virtually? And the response on it was amazing. You know, it's really cool to run into audio chat bubbles and see people kind of experiencing this new medium for the first time. You know, I always say, like, when we develop this stuff, we're developing it in a vacuum. We have no idea how it's going to get received. We've only really ever tested it with like 10 people on it once. And then you just open the doors to these floodgates and it's got thousands of people hitting this URL at the same time. And it's just this explosion of connectivity and social interaction. And yeah, it's just amazing. And I think it's really interesting, I think, for the future of the company to keep thinking about virtual experiences and how do you create this metaverse? How do you create parallel universes where you can combine real audiences with virtual audiences? Like what interesting ways could you have to make the location of user be just unimportant? You know, you could have some really like unique and interesting experiences virtually. And so I think that's a really interesting place for us to exist. Yeah, it's really exciting. I think that so the after party is, we've kind of spun up Secret Sky again, so you guys can check it out and you can kind of look at more detail. And I think you can kind of see just the potential of how you can actually create like a physical space and run around. And we created multiple environments, and I think that's something that we'd love to do in the future. You know, we're always ideating, like we can basically create virtual worlds for people to come as a destination and exist in. And Secret Sky was an example of that. So yeah, really excited for the future.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, for those of you who were lucky enough to experience the Secret Sky experience, an all-day concert, it was truly amazing. And you guys have opened it up just for the WebXR Developer Summit for our attendees for tonight. So you guys are in for a treat after this. So I hope you guys do attend. And before I let you guys go, just one last pieces of advice for anybody that is looking to develop on WebXR, best practices, strategies, anything like that. Last thoughts.
I mean, I think you're betting on the right horse. We've always believed that the web is like it's the future. So just because of its ability to just run on so many different screens, Michael has a joke that he tells where if you could get like a web browser running on a fridge, you would. So we would. It has the ability to just like create experiences regardless of which technology you're using, which device you're using. And I think we're really excited about it. So I guess just as a note, I think you guys are using the right platform and keep making stuff.
Awesome. Anybody else? Just all yes all around.
Make stuff and publish it. Make stuff and publish it. Don't be shy.
Yeah.
Reach out, find mentors, hit people up, DM people, and just keep practicing. Yeah, I'm just generally, that's the type of people that we are attracted to when we're looking for, new talent to come and, join the team. So I think for anyone who's looking to get into the industry, like work in the web, work in WebXR, just don't be afraid to practice and publish and bounce ideas off people.
Yeah, it's all stuff you can learn. We're all kind of self-taught people in this space, so it's just look through examples, hack it up, play around. You're not going to be an expert at this stuff immediately. We're not by any means an expert in a lot of aspects, but it's all stuff that you can learn and you can progress. And so I think just make stuff like Nick mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, Michael. We're just going to say we all look at stuff, and I'm sure you're included, that we made like 10 years ago or longer, and just go, oh my God, what's that? Like, but that's the beauty of the web, right? Like that and what we try to do at Active Theory, constantly just push to the next thing, so that we hope our stuff that's a year or two old now looks awful because the new stuff looks great.
Yeah, I always say your best project's your next one. But I think to that end, it's like, don't really worry about the technology. Like, think about the user experience, think about the thing you're making. How is the user going to use it? How is it going to make them feel? Like with WebXR, you have the opportunity to build something that lets you create a literal world for someone to step into. And I think that's a pretty powerful thing. And I think, especially as like developers, it's easy to just like, be really interested in the technology. But I think it's just some good advice is to take a moment to think about kind of the user experience and the user emotional kind of experience throughout that.
Yeah, awesome. Great pieces of advice, guys. And thank you so much for joining us today. And on that note, the registration emails, the link should have been sent out, so you guys should all have received them in your inbox. And I'm going to invite the producers of this event on stage with us now, just to say their final thank yous and goodbyes.
Thank you so much.
Team Active Theory.
I'm so excited. I got my email, my headset's ready. I've been here for 9 hours, so I need to stretch and dance for a couple minutes. Yes.
So yeah, I think there's a cap to invites, right? So it's like 200 or something. Yeah, so hopefully.
Something like that. 200 of our closest friends are coming.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, awesome.
Yeah. Don't forget to chat to the big blue guy, because he'll turn that mode on for you. I made it so it's a manual toggle, so you can see what it's like with and without. In the actual event, it was something that would transition automatically, but I wanted you guys to check out the lighting system and also check out the daytime. So chat to him, he'll turn it on and off.
You have a lot of people in the audience who will appreciate new lighting systems, so that's a good move. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no worries. Cool.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us. Yeah, real pleasure.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Yeah, we had many people behind the scenes making this happen. Ben is not on screen yet, but hopefully he will be here in a second.
There he is.
Aaron,
Man of the hour.
Hey, folks.
Hey.
I'm going to make sure that I don't get any feedback here.
He's the wizard.
Am I getting feedback? No.
Good.
I want to thank my amazing team. Well, first I want to thank Active Theory. Thank you for putting on this after party for us. It means a lot. We are so excited. We're so happy for you. And you guys have like really blown you have us years ahead of schedule in terms of where we expected WebXR to be, and I think you're going to inspire a lot of folks. So I hope that by getting your message out that we can help hurry WebXR along. So thank you, Andy, Nick, and Michael, and to the team, this amazing team of people that I'm so privileged to work with. You guys are all wonderful human beings. So I'm going to go down the list. going to start with Julie Smithson, the host of the Poly's WebXR Awards, who is my dear friend and producer of this event, and you know, all of you guys. Sophia, thank you for coming for this interview. Great job with it. We are so glad to have you here. Glad you made it in at the last minute. My monitor's over here. I should be. I'd rather have my desk behind me than what's actually behind me. So I want to thank Mr. Steve Lewis for really kicking ass behind the scenes. He's been the man of the multi-metaverse, going across all of our VR worlds. VR Land by Arpu. Thank you, Arpu. The Mozilla Hubs world by Matt Be Cool. That be very cool. We got our AltSpace party that was built. The world was built by Cause and Christie, world builders who are just phenomenally talented people. If you need worlds built, I would definitely seek them out because they're just unbelievable. Karen Alexander, it has been such a pleasure working with you on this event, and I look forward to the next ones. You've been instrumental in literally making this all run on time, so we are delighted to have you as part of the
Green
team.
Room hero.
And Linda Ricci, who is the creator of the Poly Trophy, and my dear friend, and so excited. So lastly, the most recent member to join the team, Mr. Trevor Flowers. You did it, man. I wrote Trevor an email around the last week of March when I was doing the acceptance speeches for the Polys. Jason Johnston, who spoke today, said, we haven't created the WebXR the ultimate WebXR framework yet. And I thought, you know, we need a WebXR developer summit. So I took it to the team, and here we are 2 months later, almost to the day. And it has all gone down, and it just hasn't just met expectations, it's exceeded expectations. So I'm going to shut up, and I'm going to let you all guys take your bows. Take a bow, guys.
Thank you to the
very
community.
much.
Everybody stepped up. Everybody I asked. Thank you so much to everybody out there who pitched in and showed up. Definitely, this team is great, but we wouldn't be here without you. So thank you, everyone.
See you guys at the after party.
Yeah, see everybody at the after party.
Yes, and congratulations, Ben. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Ben. Yep.
Thank you.
This was awesome.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you. See you there.
Stay open.
I salute you all.
Yay! Woohoo! Awesome. It's just us, and yes, Sophia, I'm so glad you could join us at the last minute.
Made it.
Yay!
Yay.
I could not disappoint Ben. He was so disappointed in his voice. I was like, I gotta get. I've been on my knees. Oh my.
Oh, good. Trevor's back.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Hey,
You see the computer.
That's a story. That's a story, right?
Yeah,
Should
in
we
the
end
lobby.
the broadcast?
Oh yeah.
Hey, this went so well. It's amazing. Yes.
Like right
You
on
did it.
time. 8:03 we finished.
Should we end the broadcast?
Oh.
Yes, let's.
Yes, let's end the broadcast.